Hello. It would seem that the break has already finished, so it's time to start. Welcome in. Hopefully, Nitty. Hopefully. By watching some cheeky power washing action today. It's going to be relaxing. Going to, you know, chill you out. You're going to have a great day. And you're going to watch the power washing and go, yeah, this is good. And you're going to feel nice and relaxed. And, yeah, all that stuff. Welcome in there, everybody. Hope you guys are all doing good. Give you a quick update on yesterday because, you know, big things happened yesterday. The ADATs on War Thunder, we actually got it to like 90,000 or something left. So we put in a big shift. And yeah, it was pretty good. So that is very nice. I'm very happy. So good things happening on that front. Rather exciting, I've got to say. Other things to mention, of course, as per usual, we oh, hang on. I've just seen thinking about sponsorships and stream elements and that. Damn. No, I guess stream elements is in like a not so great position, maybe. Anyway, I just saw that when I was looking through. But yeah, yesterday was good. Made some good progress today. We're going to be power washing. We're going to be doing some achievements, things like that. Also, make sure to go and like the YouTube stream if you haven't already. Go do it. Always a good thing to do. We're at 5 currently, somehow. I don't know how we're at 5 already, but we are. So brilliant stuff there. So thank you everybody for going over and doing that already. Yeah. Go do that. And then we're going to start power washing in just a minute. While that happens, I am going to open up the game in the background. Let me get that going. Yeah. Hope everyone is having a good one, though. Those of you that haven't asked yet. And, yeah. Hopefully you're looking forward to a bit of power washing today. Because I am. I always look forward to a bit of power washing because it's always a good time. And it should be good. I think it'll be rather nice. Rather nice indeed. So, let me get it open in just a moment. We're 10 achievements away from the end of the game. So we're getting there. We are getting there. We currently have, yeah, let's say 10 achievements. A lot of them are fairly easy. There isn't really too much craziness going on. I mean, some of them are literally just buying certain things, so we just need to make some monies in-game. And once we make in-game monies, we'll be fine. But we need to make some in-game monies. Just like IRL, sadly. The world of Power Wash revolves around monies. So we need to get some monies. Also, last stream of the month, keep in mind. So last opportunity today to get on those leaderboards, if anyone actually cares about that. Bits, subs, all those leaderboards and things. We absolutely destroyed the subs goal this month, which was rather nice, so I'm very happy with that. The bits goal we're a little low on at the moment, but you know, there's still time. We still got a stream. Still got a stream in hand, so you never know. But yeah, thank you to everyone for all of the contributions towards all that stuff, though, this month as well. I do appreciate it. The sound alerts and things like that is much appreciated, as always. And yeah, kind of wild that we're at February nearly already. A bit surreal, to be honest. Or it feels that way. I wouldn't have said that it would have gone this fast, but it certainly has. It's absolutely flown by. So, yeah. Kind of crazy. We'll have to, you know, start getting ready for stuff later on in the year soon. I mean, it's not that far off of crazy other stuff happening. Not that far away from me disappearing for a couple of days and things. What's next? March? I know, right? Crazy. Next, they'll be telling us it's my birthday in like 4 months. I mean, how crazy is that? Oh, wait. It's actually not that long until my birthday. Of course, there's a lot of things going to happen before then, though. Oh, right. Here we are. Back where it all began. With the Prima Vista 3000. Not really, but... Let's get straight onto the streetcar, because we need to do this for a bit of money. It gives us 600 bucks. We do need it, so let's get it done. We need the money. So let's go get paid. Because, yeah. Money is useful in this game. And it's something we need. Do you know what we should do, actually, just for the sake of it? Let's use the new washer, shall we? The urban... whatever it's called. The only problem with this is that we don't have any real attachments for it. Or we don't have all the attachments for it yet, I don't think. So, yeah, it's not quite fully upgraded, but that's fine. Yeah. I gotta say, these power washing streams are a big breath of fresh air whenever we do them, because it's just... it's very nice to do something incredibly chill. Rather than, you know, worrying about silly teammates and all kinds of stuff going on. It's nice just to kind of have a nice little... just a nice little... slow, methodical approach to things, you know? Just being able to have a little vibe. Power washing vibes are the best vibes. And that satisfying clink whenever you complete something is a thing of beauty, I've got to say. The satisfaction of hearing it just go clink when you get something is just unmatched in any game, I think. Never played a more satisfying game than this before. Never in my years. Activates a part of my brain. It really does. It activates the neurons, doesn't it? I mean, it's only a noise. You think, how good can it be? But it's like a drug. You start hearing those clink noises and you go, I need more. I need more. I need more power washing clink noises. Just make one of those videos. We were sort of joking about this the other day. Should make one of those videos, but it's just like 10 hours of silence and one power wash like completion noise in the middle of it somewhere randomly. That's what we need. All the power wash fans would love that. Alright, start on the main body, I guess. Give this old tram car a bit of a scrub. Little scrub-a-dub. Is that annoying bullshit again when my cursor gets stolen, as always? Don't know why it does it still, but it's very annoying, I've got to say that much. May not know why, may not know how, but one thing I do know is, it's really annoying. So, yeah. Also, you've still got, I believe it's about 28, 29 hours left on the Great Vote. So if anyone is looking to vote in the Discord for the Great Pokemon generation thing, go pick one. It's still going. Currently, if I remember rightly, there's only been one extra vote after yesterday, which didn't go to Kanto, thankfully. It went to Sinnoh. So now every generation has a vote. It was Mirage, I believe, went for Sinnoh. So thank you to Mirage for the vote for Sinnoh. Now we have one on every gen, which is cool. Unova is still in second, with Kanto still in first. Generation 1, of course, with 4 votes. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that we're going to be able to pull it back, Nitty. I don't think we're going to. I think Shags is going to betray us. He said yesterday he was probably going to vote Kanto. So I think Shags is going to betray us. He was supposed to be the chosen one, but I don't think he's going to help us here. I'll be honest. I think he's left us. He's left us to vote with the Nostalgia Lords. He was supposed to bring balance to the poll. He was supposed to defeat the Kanto voters, not join them. That's what he's done, unfortunately. Or he announced his intention to, anyway. I couldn't believe it when he said it. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 1, Shaggy Dog for voting Kanto. Honestly, man. I mean, I asked people who came into stream why they voted Kanto, and they basically all just said nostalgia, innit? So, I mean, I kind of get it, right? But, like, just know I will be shitting on Gen 1 Pokemon designs when we play Generation 1. If people don't like that, then that's unfortunate. Because I will be. Pokemon Company ain't safe from my wrath against Gen 1. But that's such weak sauce. Yeah, kind of. I understand the logic, and I respect the logic, but at the same time, I thought Unova would be interesting, because you never see Unova runs. How often is it that you see someone do a Pokemon randomizer or a Pokemon Nuzlocke and they go, I'm doing a black and white? Never. You never see black and white. It's always Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald. It's always Emerald. Everyone loves Emerald. I mean, Emerald's great, don't get me wrong, but it's always Emerald. When can we get, like, some of the different ones? So I'm glad that we got one vote on every gen, because that's cool. It means that there's potential for all of them. And I don't know if I said this yesterday or not. Actually, no, I think we did, didn't we? About the monotypes thing. I haven't looked more into that yet, but I'd like the idea of that. Although I did realize that one of them, being Fairy, will have to be very limited, because there's only about 2 gens we'll be able to play for that. Just 6 and 7. Otherwise, we just can't do Fairy type, because it doesn't exist in the other gens. Unless I use a mod, which I think I can. I did see a thing, which one of the ROMs that I found. I mean, game cartridges, of course, is what I mean by ROM. I just misspeak whenever I say it, keep in mind. One I did find actually added all the way up to Sword and Shield mons into, like, Fire Red, Leaf Green, I think it was, which sounded cool. So it basically, they made, like, all of the original pixel sprites for all of the new mons since, which I thought was really sick. So, yeah, we'll see. But it may be possible to do Fairy type in older gens. We may just have to change the game slightly, if you will. But yeah, Mirage is based for voting Sinnoh. I agree. I think he is. I think that's a great choice. Sinnoh is a really good choice. And we have never done original Sinnoh on stream. I mean, we've done the remake. We've never done original Sinnoh. So that would be interesting in itself, because it'd be a whole new adventure going against the original Legend Killer Cynthia, which is, you know, pretty scary. There are some scary fights in those older gen games, and I don't know what I'm unprepared, I suppose, in the way that it's been a long time since I've done a hardcore Pokemon run. And I feel I'm ready to come back to it, but at the same time, it's like, it's a big ask to come back and just immediately get into that, like, mindset, pretty much, of, like, get ready for Nuzlocking and sacking stuff and getting that knowledge base back again of remembering all of the details and bits and pieces you need, you know? So, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to it, though. I think it'll be fun. It's going to be a fun new adventure, and it's going to start next week, so be ready for it. If you're a fan of classic Pokemon and you like a randomizer run, then you're going to enjoy it. That much I know. I'm very excited. I know you're excited, Nitty. I know you're looking forward to it. It's going to be absolutely great. One more thing, since Kanto is all but decided. Mm-hmm. What? What extra thing have you got? Do you have an objection? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Are we going to do fire, red, leaf, green or red, blue, green? Okay, so, good question. The way that I have it planned out is I am working on the idea that I will likely do the newest version of every game available. Mainly because, and I think this is fair, mechanically across the generations, things change quite a lot. The original games obviously don't have abilities and things like that, and move pools are very different and things of that nature. So I think it would be fair to do Fire Red, Leaf Green as the remakes to give the most modern version of the game possible the chance. Purely because it kind of gives us the closest to the norm of what Pokemon is these days. I think that's fair, right? So we were planning on doing remakes if we can. So if we get Gen 2, if we'd had Johto, it would have been Soul Silver, Heart Gold. Or, you know, I don't think there's any... There might be a ROM of, like, a remake of Crystal, I don't know. But it would have been, you know, one of those types of things. It would have been one of the newer ones rather than the originals. So, yeah. The other thing as well, just so people know, and this may be something that I do, I'm not entirely sure yet. I also may, for the sake of the runs, because otherwise they may take literally forever. We may end up putting in a policy of being able to cheat in infinite rare candies so that we can guarantee hit level caps and things. Otherwise, in some cases, we may actually be stuck grinding for hours, and I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think anyone is particularly looking for a gameplay run-through of one of the OG Pokemon games where it's just me grinding against wild Gravelers for 2 hours trying to get 5 levels, you know? So I think that's fair as well. If I'm allowed to do that and there's any way of doing it, I may well just allow myself to have copious amounts of rare candies to mitigate that problem. Because I do think it would be a problem otherwise. It would be something that kind of locks me out quite heavily from being able to do things. So, yeah. Feel like that's a fair trade. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't break the game, because we wouldn't be using it in the form of cheating, right? It's not like we would be going above caps. So we'll do like what we normally do. We'll basically play same rules as we did from Scarlet, Violet, Nuzlocke and that. So there'll be, if we can, and if it gives us the option, which I think it does, we'll play set battle. So we'll play set battle, held items only, no healing, all those types of things. The normal kind of bits and pieces. There are some things I actually don't know about how you will do in the ROMs though. Like a good example being like trade evos. So say we did Gen 1, right, and we got, just as a random thing, we got Geodude. How would we evolve Graveler into Golem if we can't trade? Unless they've kind of like thought of that and they've added something into the game to allow you to do it. Because I do know on some ROMs, I think they changed some of the trade evos in various ones to like level up evos instead. That would be cool. Honestly, I kind of just wish that regular Pokemon did away with trade evolutions. I don't think they're necessary anymore. I think I should just get rid of them. Let's do the roof here as well. Oh, this is horrible, isn't it? Terrifically dirty. Ugh. What a nasty little thing we've got here. There's code for that? Oh, okay, that's good. I was going to say, otherwise, could you imagine if we just get a team and we get stuck with, like, Machamp? Except we can't have Machamp, so we only have Machoke. Machoke, Graveler, Haunter. We have, like, the non-tradable Evo crew. We just get stuck with a bunch of mid-level evolutions fighting against, like, Mewtwo. It'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Have to find some with no trade evos. Some of the legitimate copies of Black and White 2 have no trade evos coded into them. Interesting. They're legit copies, eh? Right, okay. I'll have a look in the stuff for the ROMs when I find them. I mean, cartridges. Sorry, I keep saying that. I don't know why. Yeah. Just a misspeaking. That's all it is. Just misspeaking. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, though, Nitty. That would be a valuable thing to have a look at. Because I think trade evos could be quite limiting, if that is the case. Because the last thing we'd want in, like, you know, like if it was Gen 1, like, Kanto decks, if we get locked out of, like, half of the mons that we could get that would be powerful because they're all trades, then that leaves us in a bit of a dodgy spot, doesn't it? Because, I mean, there are actually... some of those mons are actually decent. As much as I kind of meme on some of them sometimes. Machamp is actually pretty good. Especially in the earlier gens. And in Fire Red Leaf Green, while it has an ability, so it can actually get no guard and things like that. It's actually a really decent mon. I mean, Gengar's obviously broken as well, so... If you get Gengar, it's like game over. So instead of needing to trade, you evolve at set levels. For some, you need to level up with the item held. Yeah. I think that would be fair. If we had those involved. Because I think the thing is, it's just we've got to make it as accessible as possible for me to be able to do, just because that's kind of the whole point. Like, we don't want to have a situation where there's anything that stops me from just doing things. Again, like with the rare candies, it's kind of the same deal, where it's like we don't want to have a situation where because of not having any rare candies, we have to just spend like a whole stream grinding levels. Nobody really wants that. So it's about making it as kind of like smooth and accessible as possible as an experience. And also, to some degree, it also allows for like me to have it set up so that if anyone wanted to see or know the settings that we used for said randomizer, for example, then we could just show them what the settings and stuff were. Finding the right legitimate copies is going to be an issue, or you could find code for it too. It's always an option. Yeah. I do know of a few websites that are quite good for finding legitimate copies. I know of a couple. So, yeah. I have some ideas. But, yeah. I've got a little while to find some, though, of course, before we start. Got like a week to find some legitimate copies, which, you know... Hopefully I've got the money for it, because they're expensive these days, those game cartridges, am I right? Them damn cartridges, man. They be expensive. Saying that, actually, unironically talking about it as well, not even just meaning about ROMs. Black and White 2 is actually getting kind of expensive these days as a cartridge. And I do actually have... I still have my original copy of Black and White 2. I don't have that many of my old Pokemon games anymore. I think it might be one of the only ones I still have. If not the only one. Nice. Maybe we'll cut the edge there. But I actually... The annoying thing is, I used to, anyway, have some of the rarer ones. So I mean, Black 2, White 2. I actually had the... I still had the box as well, but I got rid of it years ago. Soul Silver with the Pokewalker. That was a big one. Me and my brother both got one of those. I got Soul Silver and he got Heart Gold because he liked Ho-Oh and I liked Lugia. So we actually both had the original, the expensive ones for those. Or expensive now. At the time they weren't, obviously. But they've grown to become way more expensive over the years because they were kind of like a special edition type of one, I guess. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying. I ended up getting rid of them years ago. Someone probably bought them cheap secondhand somewhere. I think I traded them in at a game store, which was... I suspect I didn't get anywhere near what they were actually worth for them. Thank you for the redeems, Nige. Sipping me drink real quick. Again, to anyone who's gone over and dropped a like on the YouTube stream and done all that stuff. Much appreciated. Hi, Shags. How are you, man? Welcome in. How's Mr. Shaggy Dog today? The traitor who wants to vote for Kanto. I mean, the mod. Welcome in, Shags. How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good one. We were actually just talking about the Pokemon stuff. We were talking about a few bits and pieces that might pop up, like trade evolutions and things, and how we were going to figure that out. But I think we'll get there in the end. We'll be able to find our path through. Oh yeah, that reminds me. You need to vote, Shags. You need to vote. We did actually have something happen yesterday, though, I think, or today. I don't know when it happened exactly. That's quite a momentous thing. We actually hit 11 votes. Which is really cool, because I didn't think we would get that many. But also, we now officially have a vote for every generation. Which I think is actually really cool. We managed to get one for every gen. I didn't think that would happen. I thought 6 and 7 were going to get neglected. Because, I mean, 6 and 7... I've never played 7. 6 wasn't my favourite. I don't think it was a bad game or anything. It just wasn't my favourite. But it had some... You know, it has some Pokemon that I actually really like. Talonflame is a good one. I like Talonflame a lot. It used to be better when it had Gale Wings and it was broken, but, yeah, no. They obviously nerfed it because it was overpowered, but... Still. Oh, that's on the inside. Okay. Do the right thing. Bring balance to the votes. Don't throw them into chaos. Yes. Bring balance, Shags. Bring us balance in this trying time. We must have balance. Was I supposed to be the chosen one? You were. You were supposed to defeat the Nostalgia Lords, not join them. In before we look, and Shags voted Unova. We'll see. I think Shags will vote Kanto. I think that's what you said you were going to do, and I think you'll stand by it on principle. Which, you know, I respect your choice because, you know, for the reason you went for it, Shags, but I can't agree. While I respect your choice, I can't agree with your choice, you know? You understand, I'm sure. As an anti-Kanto individual, I can't vote for Kanto myself. I'm old, Kanto. What am I missing on this glass? Because it is... I did one side, right? And I did the other. It's... That explains it. I didn't realize we could close the doors. Alright. I'm old, Gandalf. I love it. What was that reference someone put in chat the other day? The why shouldn't I take it one? I do not, Shags. I respect the choice. Even if I don't endorse it myself. But I'll tell you what it does mean, though. It does mean that Unova will be coming. I think that was Bowl. Could have been. Someone made it. I actually missed that reference as well. I remember when someone said it. I missed the reference. I had the opposite of a Captain America moment. Yeah, Unova will be happening though. So, even if it doesn't get first priority, Unova will be happening. Guarantee. And it's going to be exciting when it does. I think with Univer, it's actually kind of interesting because we could do both games. We could actually do Black and White and Black and White 2. Because I think both of them are different enough that they give quite fun experiences individually. And the games are just so fundamentally different. I actually think it could be quite interesting to run both of them. So yeah. I'm quite intrigued. Very intrigued. Sergeant Puerto Rico moment. Yeah, that's what it was. Absolutely filthy, this. I'll tell you what, I'd love to know who got on this tram to make it this filthy. They must have had a hell of a night out the day before, that's all I'm saying. That behind there. That on this side? Yes. And the in-between on the doors as well, I think is... No? Seems clean. Okay. This is actually surprisingly annoying. I didn't think this would be that bad, but it's kind of annoying with the doors and things. There's a lot of interior detail here. Even though we're already at, you know, 60-odd%. We're losing valuable time. If we have a big job today, we're going to be in trouble. We're running out of time. We've only got 4 hours and 20 minutes left. Actually, we should probably do this bit of wall first, shouldn't we? We're chipping away as fast as we can, but, you know, we're giving her all she's got. The power washer. The Urban X Max, or whatever it's called. We're giving her everything, but it might not be enough. I feel like actually if we can get the floor done, that'll be quite a big one. Hey, there goes the floor. Conductor got absolutely hammered and decided we're driving a submarine instead. That could have been the case. I could see it. We just drove it into the bottom of a river and it's been collected out after it dredged up all the stuff at the bottom. Yeah, I do really enjoy these power wash games. Well, I mean, I enjoy these kind of sim games in general, to be honest. I mean, power wash is a good one, but I also like spray paint when we did that. That was a fun one as well. But I'm a big fan of these games. There's something kind of interesting about them being such a kind of like silly concept of a game that's just a mundane task. You know? It's just a mundane task that if you were paid to do, you'd be like, ugh, this is terrible, isn't it? But as soon as someone chucks it in a video game, you're like, yes, let me power wash for hours. If someone actually agreed to pay you to do it, and you'd be thinking, nah, mate, not doing that. No thanks. Boring as hell. Throw it in Power Wash Sim, though. Now we're talking. That could be the future of power washing right there. It'll be like, you know how they've got those robots that they use for surgery now, where the surgeon, like, uses the camera and he'll, like, control the arms of the robot? That's going to be the future of power washing. It's just going to be like a little robot geezer walking around with the power washer, and it's just going to be a guy in, like, a VR headset playing Power Wash Sim. Actually sounds like a good idea, to be fair. I'm sure it'd be expensive, but, you know. Hey, the way the world's going, you never know. We're all going to be replaced by VR AI jobs one day. Oh, speaking of bots, funny that the timing on that, eh? Streamboo.com, wow, how crazy! Can't say I've ever been on streamboo.com. What do they actually offer? Do you know what? What do they actually offer on streamboo.com? I'm going to look it up right now. What are they actually offering? What services do they have on streamboo.com? Please don't give me a virus. Streamboo.com. What do they actually sell on here? Streamboo. Grow your Twitch followers fast. Buy followers in cheap. Boost your Twitch channel growth with our exclusive followers packages tailored just for you. Or claim free followers to test our service. Wow. A rating of 4.7 out of 5. I doubt that, but let's, you know, let's investigate further. 24/7 chat support. Nice. Secure payment method. Fast order delivery. Once we receive your payment, we'll start work on your order. Well, I'd hope you would. Track your order in the order page. Non-drop service. We guarantee followers bought from us a non-drop. If they do drop, we will refill them within a... What does that mean? If they get unfollowed or banned or something? Twitch followers, Twitch hourly live viewers, Twitch daily live viewers, Twitch weekly live viewers, monthly live viewers. These are the things you can buy, just out of interest. I've never looked at one of these websites before. I've always been kind of curious to see what they actually offered. Interesting. I love how they... So... This is so weird. This is a Twitch botting site, right? That's what this is for, where you can buy viewers, you can buy followers. If you're interested, the rates are actually very reasonable. They're a lot cheaper than I would have expected. You can buy 10,000 followers for $40. That seems unusually cheap. You could buy 2,500 for $11 and 200 followers for $2. Damn. What about hourly live viewers? You can buy 1,000 viewers for $16. Okay. Daily live viewers, 50 daily live viewers for $12. Weekly viewers, $55 to get a week's worth of 50 viewers. Okay. And then for a month, it's 100. You can buy 1,000 viewers for a whole month for $800. That's kind of cheaper than I expected it to be honest. But yeah, interestingly, right, this is what it said. It has all this, and it says, like, FAQs, benefits that make a difference, blah, 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 this stuff. Right? And then it says this. Grow Twitch channel fast and free, and then gives you advice on how to grow your channel for free. So it's like, buy bots, but also here's how to do it legitimately. That's a bit weird, isn't it? A bit backwards. You can cheat, and we'd encourage you to do that because that's our entire business practice and model. But if you don't want to, here's how you can do it legitimately. It's a bit of a weird thing to include, right? Just in case you wanted to know. And it's like, collaborate with other streamers. Engage with the audience. It's like, okay. See, genuinely, out of interest, this is just one of those things where if I wouldn't do this just because of the sake of, you know, it's a big risk. But it's one of those types of things where I would genuinely be interested, just as an experiment, to have like a rando Twitch account that you make just to buy that like $2 50 viewers to see if it actually works and how long it takes for you to get banned. Because I bet it would happen pretty quick. Actually, well, I don't know, actually. It'd be genuinely interesting just to see what happened just for the sake of it and whether it was actually real or if it was a scam. Because I suspect heavily it's a scam, right? But if it was actually real... Because I think, if you think about it, I mean, I said I thought that was cheap. Do you think legitimate service for $2 is going to give you 50 viewers? That's quite a lot of viewers in Twitch terms, you know? I feel like that's kind of too cheap, you know? Seems a bit sus, doesn't it? If that's legit and that's actually a thing, I would never have expected it to be that cheap. I really wouldn't have. I would have thought it would be much more expensive than that. I was thinking, like, you know, like maybe $100 for 50 viewers? I don't know. That's kind of nutty if that's real. But, yeah, what a weird thing. Gave us a little piece of fun content for a minute, though, didn't it, to look at that shit? There you go. They did also offer Kick viewers, apparently. No YouTube, though. So you can't get them to go and do YouTube, but yeah. Fascinating. I was going to say, in before you guys come in on Sunday and we suddenly have 250 viewers, and you're like, wait a minute. 5 seconds into stream, there's like 1,000 people here, and you're like, hold on a minute. What was it we were talking about the other day? Something suspicious has happened here. That'd be kind of funny as a bit, actually, wouldn't it? Obviously, I'm not going to do it, but... Oh, yeah, I feel like the thing is, right? I get the point of why people do it, but I don't understand what people necessarily get out of it in the sense of there's no achievement behind it. You know? It's like kind of part of the thrill of it, I feel like, is actually building the channels up and stuff yourself. And so by just kind of cheating and doing a botting program, it kind of defeats the point, you know? At least to me, anyway. The other thing I don't know about as well is this is why I say about whether this stuff is like there's a level of kind of curiosity I have about this stuff. Can people make money from that? Because do the bots get hit with ads and watch them? And thus earn ad rev? Like, there's a lot of kind of interesting questions with it that, like, I don't know how that works, and I'm kind of curious just to know if there's extra things that people do with, like, extra benefits people get like that people don't really know about. Because I can imagine if you had the right, like, amount of stuff and you paid for, like, I could see it with that price if that's the same every time, right? People could very easily pay for, say, like 50 bots, and they could probably make back the money that they get in ad revenue to pay for the bots every month, I suspect. Very easily. By doing that. What was it, like $100 or something for a month's worth of 50 viewers? I think it said. Like, I could legitimately see people doing that and making their money back on it. If it plays ads and stuff. Obviously, you'd get, you know, very little in terms of subscribers and stuff. But it would get the viewers in, if nothing else. You'd get ads. You would probably, you know, you'd be higher up in the categories and things, so people might be more likely to come into the stream and see you. And you might be more likely to find legitimate viewers. But yeah, if it ran ads on the bots, that would be kind of interesting, actually. I don't know how that would work, though, because they aren't sort of physical PCs, presumably, that someone's running. I don't know how that works. Who knows? Kind of interesting, though. As I said, I've always kind of been curious about what those sites actually offer and things. I've never clicked on one because I was always a bit sus of the link, but If I get a computer virus, then it's my fault. Alright, no one pressured me into looking at it. I just decided to for the memes. So if I get a virus, it's my own fault, right? No one else is responsible for that. Also, unbelievable timing on when that thing came in, right after we just started talking about like AI and bots, and then one of those stream boo bots appeared. What are the chances of that? You know? Pretty crazy, no? %. Okay, we're going to finish this within the hour, which is nice. I would have said probably that this job would have taken a shorter time than that, but it's like they know. It is a bit. They're listening, man. Listening. Maybe it's Google all along. Do you imagine if that was what the entire thing was? It'd been like a long history of it. It'd been Google, who own YouTube, of course, trying to sabotage Twitch for years by getting them done for view botting. And like trying to sabotage the service by creating all these botting sites. Could you imagine? It's like the ultimate streaming space turf war going on. It's just YouTube making all of these fucking websites to try and like ruin Twitch. That'd be kind of funny. And then you find out that the ones based on YouTube for buying like free subs and free watch time and stuff was just Twitch doing it in reverse. That'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? The ultimate war of attrition between the two of them. Nice. Oh. There we go. You hear the card transaction noise in a minute. No, you didn't. All right, just I mean, what? Comes back after the BRB. Wow, where did those 100 viewers come from? That's crazy. Wow, that's wild, man. Oh, wow. Must have been raided or something. Just speak of the great bot wars for centuries. I could kind of see something like that happening, though, where like both companies are kind of like, let's just sabotage each other. Amazon versus Google, just fighting each other. Okay, no, the window frame is not a thing on its own. That explains why it won't pop for me. Wonder why it wasn't going. Also, why has a tram got a steering wheel? It's on rails, no? If anything, wouldn't it have like a just forwards, backwards lever and then everything's... Actually, they don't have points, do they, in the same way that like a train does? Maybe they do need a wheel. Seems like an odd thing to have, though. A steering wheel for a tram, but... I really want to get this job done before the break as well, so we haven't got long. We got about like 5 minutes. Just over. We should. I mean, we're at 98%. It really shouldn't take very long from here. It's also telling me we haven't... Oh, I bet it's something underneath. Be cool if we could drive off as well. Just get the tram going and just drive off. steal the tram, go for a joyride. Supposed to be cleaning it, and we just go trucking off around the town in the someone's tram. Council wouldn't be very happy about that. Or whoever runs it. I don't know who runs the trams. I actually can't remember the last time I ever went on a tram, or if I've ever been on one. I must have at some point in life, but can't say I remember being on a tram. They actually do have some in cities over here, but I don't live in any of them, so... I don't live in a city to begin with, to be fair. But... not a huge fan of city life. Like, directly in the city, I mean. Hit you with a subpoena if you go for a joyride.
Here comes the subpoena!
Oh, there it is. There it is right now. I think they heard us. They heard us, didn't he? Mr. Brewerton, he clocked our plans. He knew that he knew what we were gonna do. Skylight interior and cab divide window. Hmm? How have I missed that? That is terrible. Hey, no, that wasn't it. There's one more. Hey, we did it! Oh god, the game's frozen. Okay, we're good. It was just struggling there. Of all the big jobs, it's fine with, but this one, it's like, oh, it's a bit much. We're sort of just about, you know, chipping away. Oh, it's a bit much though. Can't see any of the interior either, really, of course, other than just within the doors. Nice. Let's go to home base. Not B&Q. Thank goodness if we had to do all that again. That would have been kind of annoying, yeah. What's the next job? But also, can we... how much do we need for the next upgrades? 900! What's that? 1,200... 1,800 total for all of this. You know. Alright. Get out the wet... salvage house. That doesn't look like that bad of a job, but I also am thinking to myself, I don't remember salvage house being an achievement. So is this one that doesn't require us to do anything? I've got fun house, town floats, shopping mall, fun house. Well, fun house has 2. Okay. So we got Funhouse, Shopping Mall, Town Float. So the last 3 where we have like specific... oh, this is bigger than it looked. No! It didn't look that big on the preview. It's fucking huge. Oh, no. This is a problem. It's absolutely enormous. Oh dear. Alright. We better get rumbling. We ain't got time to waste. How big it is, man. This is a horror job. I didn't see how much money we're getting paid for this either. 1,500. 1,500. That it? This is worth more than 1,500, surely. Home of Edward Normus or Enormous. Yeah. He lives next to Humongous. They have a very large street that they live on. They work for Big Pharma. Oh, do we only have the extra, like the big, extra long nozzle as well? Okay. %. Yeah. We're on the way, everybody. We're on the journey. Could have sworn I just heard a bee. I mean, it could be worse. This could be a bigger job, right? Like, it could be... We've had jobs that have been absolutely huge. Like the climbing one, the climbing wall, that was a big job. I mean, this is a big job, don't get me wrong, but... I think it's doable big, though, you know? Like, it's not so big that you think this is going to take me 3 hours. It's the kind that you look at and you think maybe only 2. Which is still a long job, but it's a bit nicer than looking at it and thinking, oh, Jesus, this is going to take me all day. You know? %. There you go. Look at it. We're flying along now. Nearly 1/20th already. Wow. That's not very good progress, is it? Considering how big these wings are as well, I'd have thought they'd be more than 4%, but... I suppose we've only done one side of them. A bloody disgrace. Or in the words of the man from the Hamforth Parish Council, that man is an absolute disgrace. Quite rightly. Right, I'll be back in a minute. BRB. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. Can confirm, I did just check. Shags hasn't voted yet, so we can't lynch him for voting Kanto just yet, because he hasn't voted for it yet. So, yeah, we can't complain too much quite yet. What happened there, Nitty? Next thing you'll be telling me, you'll go, oops, wrong chat. It'll be in the same message where you said the message that was wrong. We are making progress here. We are making progress. Sometimes it autocorrects and it accidentally sends before I can retype. Okay, I see. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Never known an Elaine in my life. I don't think I have either, to be honest. I think I've known an Elaine. I've probably met one somewhere, I don't know. Wait, no, I do. Hello, juicy details here, Nitty. Who's Elaine, Nitty? Who's Elaine? Go on, tell us all about him. I'm joking. Why has someone's random house got some plane wings outside? You know? I think maybe that guy who eats planes lives here. Remember that? That's that guy who like ate a whole plane. Or did he ever finish that? I can't remember. Come on, how have we not finished the flap? That's why. There's a guy who ate a plane. Yeah, there's a thing about a guy who he wanted to eat a plane. It was, it's weird, man. You can look it up if you want. Just be careful though. I'm sure you get some fucking weird results from Rule 34 or something. I don't know. Yeah, there's some, there was a guy, it's just years ago, there's a dude who, he tried to eat a plane. I don't know how he did it, but... Yeah, just look it up, it's probably easier. Me trying to explain it. Whoa, whoa, hello? I have seen horrible things. What, looking for this about the plane? You mean? That doesn't surprise me. The internet's full of weird stuff these days. Many a strange image on the internet. Nice. Wing number 1. Wing number 2. Right, that's both the wings done. That's nearly 10%. So actually, maybe this isn't quite as bad as it initially seemed. I mean, although there is this entire thing to do, which is kind of absolute insanity, but yeah. I suppose at least it's just kind of like framework, mostly. Isn't quite as bad, but yeah. It's a bit rough, this, isn't it? Maybe we should do all the pillars. Could see that working, you know? That being a good strat. Could have been much worse, so let's be for real, yeah. There's many bad things on the internet. This was from years ago, though. It'll be an older story. But yeah, there was a guy, I'm sure, who tried to eat a plane. Oh, it goes up through... Oh, okay, never mind. It goes up through the top as well. Oh, crikey. Right, yeah, this isn't quite as simple as it looked initially. This is a bit of a bugger of a job to throw in here. I'm going to have to hope as well that we make enough money in this game as well to get to the top Prima Vistas. Otherwise I'm going to have to start selling stuff. Which I know we can do, actually, but... Arguably, we probably should have already sold some of, like, the earlier crap stuff so that we could pay for the good stuff, but it's fine. If we need to, we'll do that, but it's more of like a whole if we need to rather than we will. Need to head off for the night after one last round of chores. Have a good one. See you when I see you. Yeah, take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out as always. Appreciate it, and we'll see you next stream when we'll have 20x the viewer count or whatever. I mean, I'm gonna delete the VOD after this one. Can't have any evidence. Oh, go on, man. He's just gonna come back on Sunday and it's gonna be like, wait a minute, how did we get to 3,000 viewers? What? We'll know, Nitty. We'll know. Streamboo.com was involved. I'm gonna be framed by Streamboo.com. They're gonna force send bots to the channel. I'm memeing, of course. Have a good one, man. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Who are you people? You'll never get a response, though, because they're all bots. Who are you people? Crickets. That's all you'll get. Crickets the entire time. Streamboo.com really about to hit me with an I'll take charge. Refuses to Twitch bot. I'll take charge. And then they just hit you with the bots themselves. Anyway, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you on Sunday, I guess. Oh, I don't know where to start on this. Do I start on the inside? Do I start on the outside? Do I start on the... No idea. Do the steps? Do I do the staircase rail? Oh, these are like sections, I think. Horrible to actually wash here as well, because it's all underneath the thing. Very much doubt we can get like a good shot at it through here. Oh, we actually did get it. Nice. Maybe we'll do like some of the smaller sections then, just to try and knock out some bits and pieces, rather than doing big chunks. That maybe could be the play here. I mean, at the end of the day, we just want to do this efficiently. Kind of the name of the game, yeah? One day these steps will be finished. One day. Thinking about this earlier as well, about how it's quite interesting that some small editions of games can actually make such a big impact on the general experience of playing them. And I think Power Wash's biggest addition that seems like a tiny little thing that wouldn't be really significant at all, but actually makes such a difference to the gameplay and to the overall experience is the time lapse at the end. It's like such a cool little feature that whoever decided to add that is an absolute genius. Gotta say. Whoever decided one day that the Power Wash game needed that is a legend, quite frankly. Because it's such a brilliant idea, and it works so perfectly. And it's such a, like, minor, insignificant feature as well that really shouldn't matter. It's literally just a, you know, time-lapse of you washing stuff that you already just did. But it's such a nice little extra bit just to watch every time and sort of see what, see how it actually looked from the outside. See the satisfying nature of it just disappearing over time. Just great. And I can't wait for it on this one, because I feel like this one's going to be a good one for that. Big open space as well, so we get to see kind of all the different bits that we actually take off. Some of them that are kind of heavily indoors, it does make it a little easier to lose most of it. So you kind of don't really get to see that much of the actual time-lapse sometimes. So it would be cool if they had like alternate cameras for it, but I understand probably why they set it up the way they did. I don't bemoan them for that. Nice. Okay, poster's obviously got something on the top. And indeed it does. There we go. Do the railing as well, I guess. Grab the little railing while we're at it. Other bits we can do later on, but we'll just do the main rail for now. YouTube baiting me there with a message from Stream Elements, of course. Always trolling. Right. %15 finished. We're making progress. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Will be nice once all of these posts and beams are done, though, and we can get onto kind of big surfaces, because although they're boring to do generally, they're, you know, just the same old big surface over and over and over. They're actually quite efficient to do. Something like this, where it's like lots of different bits and panels and small pieces and curves and angles, and it can get kind of annoying with all of the different bits you need to do. It's kind of nice when you get just a nice simple bit that's just a big old box. Always one tiny little bit left as well that you sort of, you think you're done and then you look and see a tiny bit left in the crack. There's always another little smidgen somewhere hiding away. never ends. The power washing never ends. There's always more to be washed. It's kind of nice actually, we can get like double duty on this at the same time. Bit of double duty. I'm really hoping that this angled beam on the steps is going to go as well, but I get the feeling we might have... No, we haven't. I get the feeling we might have missed some on it. We have not. That is very nice. Because I thought we may have missed some. This one, I know we missed that bit. There we go. That's another good one to get done. And we did the beam here, right? We did. Staircase rail. I say this every time I play this game now, I feel like. Please tell me we don't have to... Okay, we don't have to do an interior. That's huge. I feel like I say this every time I play Power Wash now, but it's kind of one of those games where once you play it alone, after playing it with someone before, you realize how much more work and effort goes into finishing some of these jobs than you did the first time. When I played through Power Wash 1, and I did it in duo, it made it so much easier. Because you just kind of go, alright, you go do that bit, I'll go do this bit. I'll start on the top, you start on the bottom, and then you just work for everything. But then here, it's like you finish one whole massive section, then you go, alright, what am I doing? Oh, it's the next whole massive section, never mind. You finish the bottom of the, you know, of the beams, and then you just got to do all the tops of the beams, and then you got to do all the other bits, and it's just like, oh man, never ends. The endless cycle of power washing continues till the end of time. What are these? Oh, wheels. The plane wheels. Interesting. Did actually see a picture randomly floating around of a British Airways flight that was flying, I think, back to London from somewhere. And right after it took off, one of the wheels fell off. Not great, is it? I feel like being on a plane is one of those few places where almost nothing could be said by the captain that was in any way a negative thing and people wouldn't lose their mind over. Oh, you imagine if the guy comes on the intercom and says, oh, by the way, we've just lost one of the wheels. Everyone's going to think we're all dead. Crazy. I'd be a little unsettled if someone told me that the plane's wheel had just fallen off. Gotta admit. %. It's 20% though, but it's 20% without doing a lot of the bulk, which is good in a way. So yeah, I'm kind of optimistic that this one's not actually going to be that bad. Maybe I'm wrong and it's actually going to be a terrible one that's going to take forever, but I kind of think it won't. I think this won't be too bad of a job, all in all. I think we'll get this done relatively smoothly. Right, we now know that all of the outside area here is finished. So we got posts that can all be done now on the outside. Because we've done every single one of them on the exterior side of the thing. So I can go for and do all of these. Of course, I haven't done the tops of all of them, though. That's the only thing. I should probably go do that now, actually. Go and finish all the top sections of all of the posts on this side. Or at least as much as I can without falling off. Kind of annoying that they're not separated. got a beam there as well. It would have been nice if they were separated so there was like top beam, bottom beam, and so, or top pole, bottom pole, or whatever. Or post. So that you had the two separate ones and they were kind of two smaller ones rather than one large one. But it doesn't really make much of a difference. Just makes it feel easier to do if they're kind of the same. I actually think we're good to go on these lower bits now, actually. That was really not as painful as I thought it was going to be. Some of that probably because we did a lot of work earlier on with the other bits and pieces we did, which, you know, just meant that these had already picked up quite a lot of dirt off of them the first time from us just doing bits and pieces. So that's good. We'll do the cross beams as well. Makes sense to do them as they're part of the general ground exterior section. I really thought that beam was going to block it then. It was going to be a pain, but no. Got a bit lucky there. Just a wee bit lucky. Sometimes that's all you need. Just a small sliver of luck to help you out. I'll do the cross beams that go under as well to the other side, but obviously I won't do the poles on the or the posts on the other side. So yeah. Have the XM800. Congratulations, Monkey Bones. Good stuff. Congrats on finishing it. What we love to see. People making progress. Free from work for today. Ayo. Nice shags. Welcome back. Welcome back. That hasn't gone quite as... Okay, it worked out. I was going to say that hasn't gone quite as well as I would have hoped it would have. Early day off then today then, Shags? That's unusual, isn't it? Why the early day off? Or have you just finished at normal time and I'm just being stupid? Yeah, congrats on the XM800. Monkey Bones. Always nice to get a new vehicle. Something fresh to play. And a power in through these now. It's going pretty well, actually. A bit faster than I thought it would. Achievements all around. Well, yeah. Except for me, I haven't got any yet. And so far, I've yet to achieve. We will achieve, though. Don't worry. We will achieve. I hope. We've got to get something today, haven't we? I think we only got one last stream. Although it's not a great start when the first two jobs of the day are both non-achievement ones. I suppose at least the first one was short. This one... It's a fairly lengthy job by the look and feel of it. I'm determined to get some achievements today, though. We will do it. We'll achieve something today. Oh, we've Got all these big posts as well. Did not like me moving that ladder for a second there. Right, that's the last of the main, like, cross beams. Do I do the... Are these the entire, like... Yeah, they're like the whole big posts of the house. Oh, dear. Big posts or big follows, not bigfollows.com. Remove the space. What a classic that is. Good old big follows, man. That's what we'll have to do next time one of them comes in, Shags. We checked out on streamboo.com. Next time, if Big Follows comes in, we'll have to check out Big Follows. Check out the competition. See how they're competing with streamboo.com. Yeah, we had a funny moment earlier on. We were actually talking about people being replaced by robots. And then one of those Twitch bots came into stream that was like, buy big follow, you know, buy follows now. And we didn't click the link, but I actually decided for once, because I've never actually done this. I went to the website to see what it was they were actually offering. And I'll tell you what, their services were a lot cheaper than I expected them to be. You could buy like 50 viewers for a week for $2. Or something. Crazy. Did ban them, didn't I? I believe so, Shanks, yeah. We were having a meme, but yeah, you did ban them, I believe. Also, reminder, Shags, if you haven't already, go drop your vote on the thing as well. Oh, look at this little seat. Honestly, that kind of discredits the platform, doesn't it? What, that it's so cheap, you mean? It would make me... So if I was a prospective person who was going out and wanted to Twitch bot, I would be like using my own like logic for things. Maybe someone who's worrying about Twitch botting doesn't really care and they aren't that worried. If it was me, I would be vaguely concerned about the fact it was so cheap, because I'd be thinking, why is it so cheap? Now, that'll depend probably on what the price of the competition is, right? Because you may find that like bigfollows.com is also fairly cheap, and if it is, then maybe that just makes sense and that's just the price of things. If it isn't, then it makes it suspicious, because you're thinking, well, why so cheap? Is it a scam? Which I suspect it is, I don't know, but... And then physics, we can get the swings to actually swing. That's pretty cool. The swing. They look quite comfy, actually, as aeroplane seats, to be fair. They're not that bad. I'll say that the flight I went on last year, obviously, the seats weren't that bad on that either. That BA flight, the seats were pretty decent. Although I will say, I did have a pretty numb ass after the flight, but I'd been sat down for 9.5 hours, whatever it was. But my ass was starting to feel pretty numb by the end of it. Being sat in the same position on a relatively firm seat, I was thinking, like, please let me off this now. On the way home in the you know, the nicer seat, it was not as bad, but I think it's just maybe a general symptom of like plane seats, in it. They're all a bit uncomfortable after a long amount of time. Well, you get up and walk around the plane every once in a while. That was probably my mistake, that I didn't do that enough. Admittedly. I think when it came to getting up and walking around during that flight, I think the only time I actually really got up was if I wanted to go for a bathroom break. And I probably didn't do myself any favors there, because I decided, of course, to get the seat that was right next to the bathroom. Which wasn't actually a problem from the perspective of what you'd think of, like, oh, you know, it was right next to the bathroom bit, so it, like, smelled, or it was anything like that. I didn't really care about any of that stuff. But it meant that I never really had any reason to get up and walk around. So I just kind of, like, I'd get up and be like, oh, I need a piss. I'd just take my headphones out, step out of the seat, and then I'd immediately be at the door. You know? I was just like, right, there we go. That was a long walk. And then I'd just go and, you know, take the one step back to get back to, back to my seat again. So, yeah. But, and I said the other day, actually I announced my declaration that hopefully I can go back next year in 27. We'll see. There's a lot of factors that will depend on that, though, because, you know, obviously, financially, there's something I've got to look at into there. There's also whether or not there's enough room and things for me to actually do it, and whether Oreo and a family and that are actually able to, you know, able to take me back. I know they miss me so much, though. You know, we'll figure it out. I'm sure. I hope I can, though, because it'd be really fun. We'll have to do another. We'll have to do that second stream we talked about of the burgers or something. I think we were talking about, wasn't it? We were going to do like the fast food burger tier list this time. We did the donuts last time. You do sound. Though you did sound miserable there. Did I? I sounded miserable, did I, Shags? Is that what it was? I'm gonna make a prolific statement here. I'm gonna say it. All right. I'm gonna stand by this. All right. Gonna stand by this. That 2 weeks was the most fun I'd had in years. It was absolutely brilliant. I don't remember feeling that good about something for a long time. So, yeah, it's funny because I know a couple of you have said about this, about whenever I talk about that stuff, I always kind of perk up a little bit. But it's kind of true, though. It was such a good memory. And, yeah, I'd love to do it again, given the opportunity. I think it'd be fun. Go and bug them again for a week, or a couple of weeks. Be great. Pumpkin magic? Yeah, it was all... Pumpkin did some heavy lifting, man. He did some heavy lifting on that trip. See, the problem is with next time, right? Say hypothetically it happens when I go next year. It's even worse now because I got to worry about Olive as well. So you got Pumpkin, who was terrified of me and ran away all the time because he's just scared of people, even though he likes getting petted because he's just a paradoxical cat. And then you've got Olive, who doesn't like men. So the only one who's actually going to want to be friends with me again is going to be Echo, probably. And other than that, the others are going to fucking hate me. So, great. Little Pumpkin, he'll have no memory of me being there before and me being his mate. So he won't remember. He won't remember those fire pulls he got from me out of those Pokemon packs that I got. He won't remember that. He ought to, though. He ought to. And fire pulls he indeed did get. What a fucking gold and an SIR out of a... Was it out of the same... No. No, it wasn't out of the same thing. He did pull an SIR out of an ETB, though, which was kind of nice. I say he. Olive has a point. You reckon? I don't know. I'm not that bad, Shags. I'm not that bad. I think Olive should like me. She won't, but... I'm kind of cool. Right? Can you guys open some other collectibles? Oh yeah, we opened those Squishmallows. The random Squishmallows. Yeah. I actually have them on my bed. They're like some little, like 4-inch... They were like mystery...
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Squishmallow slogan, of course. Yeah, we end up getting these, like, mystery Squishmallow, bags. We found them when I was looking for cards. It was like that second or third day I was there. And, there was somewhere she wanted to take me. And, we went over there and it was, like, in a little shopping precinct place. And we went in the store that we were going to go in that she wanted to show me. And I was like, oh, maybe they got some cards here. And she was like, oh, maybe. Why not? We'll have a look. And we were just kind of wandering around looking, and we found these bloody Squishmallow things. We were like, go on, we'll get some of those. Why not? Just because we can. Because I was going to... My plan was to open cards on stream. And I was like, that could be cool. You could open some as well. She was like, yeah, I'll open Squishmallows. And then it was like the quest for the rest of the trip was trying to find the one Squishmallow we couldn't find, which was... I think it was a cheeseburger. We never found him. We just found more of that bloody taco constantly. That was fun, though. Yeah, so we both had something to open when it came to that. Both had a little thing to open. And then, yeah, towards right at the end of the trip, I found this, I think, funnily enough, it was Oreo's dad ended up seeing it somewhere. He'd, like, driven past it, and I think he'd seen it. And he said, oh, what about this place? And we didn't know it existed, so we went over there. And it was a little card shop, very small unit, tiny little place. Just a big old cube room. And went in there. And they had loads and loads of product in there, which it was all a little bit overpriced, which I think is why they had loads and loads of products. I've talked about this before about like the kind of the tight triangle, you know, when it comes to that stuff. Wasn't that? No, that wasn't that one, Shags. That was no. That was not that one. They sold cards and no, they didn't sell that in there as well. That wasn't the place. That was Spencer's, that place. But they did have cards, right? The card shop had cards. No, the Spencer's place didn't have cards. No, they didn't sell that in there. They sold Pokemon merchandise. You could buy like mugs and stuff. You could buy like a Pikachu mug. But no, you couldn't. No, they didn't have. They didn't have cards there. No. But the main card shop I actually went into at the end, there was actually two that were really cool. I don't know if I've ever talked about this. I probably did. But there were two that were really cool. There was that one at the end, which had loads of product, but it was all a bit overpriced. It was a very clean, like, shop. There was a lot of glass everywhere, big cabinets. They had some really cool stuff. I really liked it. And they actually... I don't know why I never got any, but they had... I remember it very vividly. They had, like, one of those... everyone's seen them, I think. You know, if you ever see someone selling trading cards, where they have, like, one of those kind of plastic dispensers... You know what I mean? Where they have, like, a picture of the pack stood up, and then there'll be, like, a little shelf underneath that will have the packs, and you pull one out, and then they all, like, fall down to the next level, like one of those little things. They had one of those, and it had, like, various different Scarlet Violet packs in or whatever, and I thought, I'm not going to get any of those because they're loose. And I thought, I don't like, personally, buying loose packs, because loose packs are a bit dangerous. Because you don't... Not to... accuse this random place of doing this, but you can never guarantee that a loose pack hasn't been tampered with, right? If it's sealed in a product, you have a bit of a safety net. If it's loose, how do you know that they haven't done something and weighed the pack so that they know there's nothing in there? Right? Now, not every place is going to do that. Some will because they're scummy. Most won't because, you know, they want actual business. And if people just never get anything from any of the hits they got, they're probably never going to buy any more. But you can never tell, right? I'm poor, never bought trading cards other than loose packs. Well, it's a modern problem, though, Shags. Back in the day, it never used to be a thing. But because there's money in trading cards now is where it all came about. So you'd have probably been fine. But... yeah, you get a lot of these places that tamper with products and or at least tamper with loose products. And so I tend to be very, like, against buying loose. Now, you can buy... This is the way of getting around that. You can buy the sleeved ones in the cardboard, which they were the ones, the Destin Rivals ones I opened on stream in America. Those ones you can't really tamper with because you have to rip the cardboard in that open, and you can kind of tell if it's been bent because it's like the flimsiest cardboard in the world. So you can very much tell if someone's done something with it because it looks beaten up. So those are generally a safe bet to buy. They're sometimes about maybe $1 or so more expensive, but you can guarantee they haven't been tampered with, which is good. rather than a loose pack just being, you know, one that you would get out of a booster box, but it's just, you know, sat in a dispenser. I'm always just a bit... I'm sure most of them are fine. I'm just a bit kind of sus about them. But they had these, and next to it they had these Japanese packs, right? They had a bunch of the different Japanese sets. And they had these, a pack in there that I saw. And I don't know why I never got any, because they were really cheap as well. But it was a Japanese pack of something. I don't know what it was. It wasn't like a main series set of cards. And it had this really, like, cute artwork on the front of a Psyduck. And I was just like, that looks cool. Maybe I'll get some of those. And then I completely forgot to pick any up. And I looked at it afterwards, and I was like, man, I should have got one of those Psyduck packs. They look so cool. Like, the artwork on it was really nice, and I haven't seen them since anywhere, and I have no idea what they were. But it was some form of pack of Japanese thing. Some form of cards in Japanese, and it had a really, like, cute picture of a Psyduck and something else on the front. It was Psyduck and something. Maybe Charmander, maybe? And I was like, yeah, that'll be good. And I never picked any up. And ever since, I look at it and I'm like, I kind of wish I got one of those packs, because it would have been cool to open them. But that card shop was really nice. As I say, their stuff was expensive. I got a little bit off-put when I went in there, because they had a load of stuff I wanted really badly. They had Paldean Fates and a lot of booster boxes as well. They had Paldean Fates, which I've still never opened any Paldean Fates, because it's just impossible to get these days. But they had the Paldean Fate Shiny Set booster bundles, which is 6 packs, and they were selling them for like $80 or something a piece. Because I asked them, I was like, how much you got on the Paldean Fates? And they went, oh, it's 80. And I thought, fuck, wow, that's a bit overpriced. Yeah, I didn't bother with that. And then they had booster boxes as well, and I asked them what their cheapest box was, and I think they said $240. Now, keep in mind, this was more when the boom was happening. The Pokemon boom has quietened down a bit here and there since. So it was more aggressive back then. So some of those prices probably have come down from where they were. But that was like Temporal Forces was $250 or $240 a box or whatever. And I was thinking, as much as I'd love to open a booster box, especially Temporal Forces, because I've still never pulled anything good from it. I thought, this is a bit much for me, that. So I didn't. But, yeah. This is all just... Okay, this is deck underside. And then there's house under there. And then the other shop that I was talking about that I went into was actually really cool. It was a... Oh, actually, no. Am I getting these confused? Maybe this... No. I think I'm getting these confused. I think the one that Oreo's dad actually recommended was this one that I'm thinking of, not the other. Now I think about it. So I think the other one was out in the sticks a bit more. This other one is really cool. It was a small place, and it was like a comic book shop, but they also sold, like... I'm sure they had like some like vintage action figures and stuff, and they had like a whole table full of Funko Pops and things like that, and a lot of like collectible stuff. And then they had a bunch of Pokemon sealed products, and they had some cases and things. And one of the things they had, which I really like in card shops, and I wish I saw this more often because it's just really nice, they had binders. So they were binders full of type organized, I think it was, product. It was either type organized or set organized, something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. And they had organized product in there. So it was like loads and loads of singles that were kind of like not high value, but they were sort of slightly more than your average couple of dollar card, you know? It was basically like everything was like $5 and above or whatever in there. And it was just, you know, like pages and pages of like illustration rares randomly and things like that. And I picked out a card in there that I really wanted. It was like, I think it was about $18, which was actually slightly under the market value at the time. It was like 20, 25 at the time, and I ended up getting it for 18, so I guess they hadn't updated their prices. But it was a Psyduck from 151. And 151, of course, is just ridiculous to try and find now, but at least sealed anyway. But I got this 151 Psyduck, and I thought... I came up with an idea, and I said, I've got an idea of how to sort of immortalize the trip a little bit and have it as a memory, and also remember what, you know, that sort of this place a little bit. So what I did was, when we got back from the store, I asked Ori if she had a Sharpie. Have you got a Sharpie anywhere or anything like just a marker? She was like, oh yeah, I've got this one here. And I said to her, I was like, what I want you to do is I want you to sign the back of the sleeve. And so I got her to sign the card, and I have that signed Psyduck sat in my binder now. So on the back of the sleeve, where little Psyduck is hiding away, there is a signature from Oreo. It was all part of a long-term idea from me to try and commit identity fraud. That's why I did it. No, it wasn't. I just thought it'd be kind of a cool little way of marking the trip, where I was like, yeah, sign the card. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? So I got her to put a signature on the Psyduck. So I've now got a signed, one-of-a-kind signed Psyduck from everyone's favorite mod enforcer of the stream. So there you go. I thought it was a nice touch to kind of like, you know, immortalize the trip a little bit. And yeah, I think it was a nice idea. Thank you, Shags. Yeah, I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, it's a good way of kind of remembering it, right? It's like a unique thing. Who else is going to go and get a random Psyduck card and get it signed by their best friend? While they're there in a foreign country, you know? So I was like, that was fun. And that shop was really cool. Although I do remember one of the days before we'd gone somewhere else and I picked up something. I bought something sealed because I wanted a promo from it. It wasn't anything too crazy. It was just like a deck or something. It was just like a EX single. And I was like, oh, I'll get one of those. And it was like $10 or something. It was not that expensive. I ended up buying it. And the next day, I think it was when we went to that place, went to that card store, they had the fucking promo from whatever it was I bought in that binder, and it was like $4. And I was like, oh, you can't be serious. I bought this shit yesterday. I was like, come on, man. Of course they have this fucking Kangaskhan EX card that I just bought. And it's way cheaper. I was like, typical. I was a little bit miffed when that happened. I was a bit miffed. But no, it was, you know, the card hunting during that like trip was actually really fun. I had a whale of a time with that. It was kind of like one of those things where I think my most used, because I used to watch a lot of videos of like, you know, Pokemon card hunting stuff where people are going and buy stuff. And so I became quite familiar with a lot of the different stores that sold them. And so every once in a while, we kind of be driving past somewhere and I'd be like, see that place over there? You know, insert name of store here. I'd be like, do you know what they sell in there? She's like, what? I go, they sell cards in there. You should go and have a look. I'd just be like, maybe they got some destined rivals. And then we'd just pull in somewhere and they wouldn't have any destined rivals. And I'd just be disappointed. But, yeah. I hit that vending machine that one time and I got a pack out of it, which was pretty cool. Ms. Chiropractor must be a long signature. I think she signed it with her real name, if I remember correctly. Not her Twitch name. If I remember correctly. I haven't seen it for a while. I haven't looked at the card for a while. In order to preserve the crispness of it. Because it's actually in really good condition as well. It came in a top loader and everything. But that place I got it from, it was just like a small little local place as well. It was a really nice little card shop. And there was like... You knew it was going to be a good card shop. And I don't say this in like in a bad way. You knew it was going to be a great card shop. Because you opened the door and there was just a load of nerds in there. You know? There was just a load of people that were like nerding out over like Magic the Gathering, and some guy was building a deck, and you just knew that it was like, this is the place. That you know that it's going to be a great place because it's just full of nerds that are just like are using it, and you think if they're using it, it must not be shit, right? Because they'd go somewhere else probably. There was also actually a really cool place we found when we were in a mall once, where there was like it was like a tabletop D&D type store. And I was like, screw it, let's go in there because they might have Pokemon. And I was like, maybe, you never know. And I know she's a D&D player, so I was like, oh, let's see if they have any dice. And they had like dice blind bags and stuff where you could buy like a random bag with some dice in. And they did actually have cards in there. I remember I bought a Charizard box in there. I know, my favorite Mon. I bought a Zard and a Mewtwo box in there because they were brand new and they hadn't released in the UK yet. So I bought the Rockets Mewtwo and the Charizard like Terra, the new one, not the old one, the Charizard like Terra Special EX collection or whatever it was with the weird I don't know what you call them, but the card that when you turn it, it like changes the image. I'm sure there's a word for them. You know what I mean? Like one of those kind of like holographic cards. When you turn it left to right, it changes the image that it projects. So there was that as well. That was a really nice little store. They had like loads of tables in there for people doing D&D and board games and stuff, and it was run by like a little old couple. And I remember I went in there and I was just chatting to them for a bit about Pokemon stuff. And yeah, I was like chatting with those people about Pokemon stuff, and then Oreo was off like nerding out about dice. He was off like looking at all these fucking dice boxes and dice bags and stuff, and I was just like, oh, cool. And then she ended up getting, she got a random dice bag, which was cool. Just like here. What, as in, if the place is full of nerds, you know it's probably good, Shags, you mean? Or you mean the stream? Is that what you mean? You mean the stream? It's all just full of Twitch nerds. Oh, you know it's a good stream. There's a bunch of places like that, though. I know there's a load of, like, card shops. I mean, if I'm still doing Pokemon stuff by then, which I probably will be, realistically, in 2027, will I still be involved in the Pokemon TCG? Absolutely. However, will I be buying as much product as I was before? No. Because it's just too expensive right now. Unless something changes for me pretty drastically, I probably won't be buying loads of product or anything. But, next time I go back to the United States of America... I will be probably hunting more cards. I think, though, probably it might be more singles than, honestly, than sealed. I don't know. For a long time, I kind of... My perspective on it was I was always very much like, I wanted to try and open everything and get it myself, because that would be really cool. And then I realized... I mean, I already knew it was going to be expensive, but after a while, it's like where you just... In certain sets, you just pull the same thing over and over, and you think... Maybe I should just buy the singles. Because you think, I could buy a booster box that cost me £150, or I could just spend £2 on this full art that I need. And it's like, when you look at it like that, you kind of go, yeah, I could get the full art out of the booster box, but I think I'd rather spend £2. Like, it sort of becomes one of those ones where you think, is it really worth it? %. We're getting there on this one. Okay, so this is a 2-hour job, because it's been about an hour since we started. If you remember rightly, we went for the BRB midway through doing the wings, so we're kind of getting there on this one. But yeah. So I've got that really cool signed Psyduck now from that small local card shop that I'll have to go back to if I when I go back there. I think it is a when rather than an if. Whether it'll be 2027 or not, I don't know, but I think it is a when. I think I'll be back. As the great Arnie once said, I'll be back. Just a matter of when. But I will return to... the United States, one way or another. And when I'm there, I'm going to fuck shit up and get some more cards. That's what I'm going to buy. And eat good food. Go back to Waffle House again. Waffle House TCG card opening stream. Sat in the middle of a Waffle House opening cards. Could you imagine? Be great. When I said before as well that I was hoping that this would be like a big blocky job, and we had some big like block areas that we could do. This has actually turned out to be less enjoyable than I thought it would. I thought that when we got into these bigger areas, it wasn't going to be as bad, but it's still pretty bad, this one. This is a long, long job. Interestingly, though, it feels like we're making less progress than we did in some of the others, even though we had longer jobs that we've done. Like, I mean, we've had a 4-hour job in the stream before doing this game. I think that was last stream, if I remember rightly. For this is only a 2-hour job, but it still feels about as long as that other one did. Feels very slow. That being said, though, I think once like the underside here is done, it will probably speed up quite a bit. But also, this entire underside section takes up a good chunk of the build itself. And so we will probably have a good chunk of percentage removed once we finish this. So that's quite a bonus as well. Okay, I'm going to go for a break there real quick. And we're at 55%, so not bad. Not bad at all. I'm going to go for a BRB, though. I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll carry on. So, BRB, everyone, back in a few. Oh, remember to go drop a like on the YouTube stream if you haven't already. Go drop a like over there. Subscribe if you haven't already and you enjoy the stream. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. BRB. Okay, let's carry on. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you to those of you that have gone over and dropped a like on the YouTube stream, and that, I appreciate it. Thank you. If you haven't, go do it. Good thing to do. Hey. And that is essentially the entire underside done, minus this plane, but it's kind of in separate chunks. That might be a bit annoying to do, I don't know. Should probably do the underside of it while we're here though, just to get out of the way. Or maybe we should just do the whole plane while we're here, to be honest. And then just work on the main body of the house last. That might actually be the play here. Where's the old, little rivets up here. Well-engineered piece of plane technology. Planes are quite interesting creatures, of course. Well-engineered. Quite interesting though that hasn't been huge developments in flight for quite a long time, actually. At least it doesn't feel like it. I suppose there's only so much that can be done with it, but also at the same time, you know, who knows? Would be cool though if somehow people were able to make a new advancement to make flights faster, so I didn't have to sit for 9.5 hours next time I do make my way over to America. Would be nice. Don't fancy sitting for 9.5 hours in a rock-hard chair again. Eve of the Redeemed Shayla, and welcome in. How's it going? Hello, hello. Hopefully you haven't had to deal with any idiots today. Although I'm sure you have. When does ever a day go by that you don't have to deal with morons? Eve the Redeems, man. And yeah, I appreciate you being here. Mobile using... Oh, yeah. Yeah, using the browser, of course, because of the broken app. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright, actually. Not doing too badly. Enjoying some power washing. Reminiscing about good times. It's been good. Done alright so far. We haven't got any achievements yet today, but we are kind of pushing on through the jobs, so that's good at least. We're getting closer to our eventual goal, I feel. What have we not done on the nose fuselage? We missed anything there? Okay, is that it? Is that the same on both sides? Yes, nice. Yeah, I hope you're doing good too, man. We haven't actually looked around, have we? There's got to be another Easter egg around or something as well, surely. Always Easter eggs in these levels. This is a very strange thing to be washing as well. Like, I feel like this would have been one that would have been interesting to have an interior. Purely just because of, like, the kind of... I wonder what it was on the inside. Whether it actually was just the rest of the plane fuselage or not. Good word, that as well, isn't it? Fuselage. Get up on the old thing again. The old platform. Yeah, once we get these parts done, we're basically just onto the main house at that point. I think. We got the exterior to do, obviously, which we'll kind of do next. As we work on the roof last, I think. So we'll pretty much just get straight onto the main, like, body of the house. And then from there, we'll figure out the rest. Going surprisingly well, though. Almost going too well. I'm suspicious. What big nasty thing are we going to find in this one and this job that we haven't found yet that's going to change our strategic advances? It's going to make it the biggest pain in the arse to finish this job ever. Something is going to pop up, surely. That bit done. Nice, that's the whole tail on the plane done, I guess. Nice. The only issue with this now is because of these logs and the way that they're set out, obviously, with the gaps in between, is there's going to be a lot of, like, ridges. So we've got a lot of up and down to do here. This may be a small pain. Well, at least it looks like we might be able to do a couple at a time, so that's good. It does also look like the side wall is probably one section rather than multiple. Or like cut in half by the plane or anything, so... that is going to change things a little as well when it comes to that. Okay, this with the walls has not been anywhere near as bad as I kind of thought it was going to be. At least this section anyway. Maybe it'll get worse on the other side, I don't know, but... this has not been bad. %65% as well, so we're well and truly getting there. And 10% in about 15 minutes as well, which is pretty good. Meaning we should be finishing this, I would say, around the time of the break, but we've got about 45 minutes or so left on this job. I would suggest. Side eaves. Probably should also do this bottom side of the log while I'm here for the roof, but... yeah. Why not? Alright, we'll do this side section again as well. We can actually do with it up close as well, which is good. This will speed things up a little. Yeah, I mean, the more we can do from as close as possible, the better, really. Yeah, that wall up there is probably going to be something we need to do when we do the main roof as well. Just considering the way that it kind of presents itself, being that we can get to it by climbing on the roof. I feel like we may as well just do it while we're doing the roof rather than waste time now. I was really hoping that was going to pop. There we go. Another big section. 67%. We're getting there. We are flying along. At least to some degree, anyway, we're kind of flying along. Not the fastest thing I've ever done, but... There's also a big old section. Gonna keep us busy for a little while. It also seems to be one large section, which is never that nice, really. Like I said earlier, sometimes with these bits that aren't just like one big panel, it's quite nice to just have multiple smaller sections. Kind of feels like you're making more progress when you get them done, rather than having one big, you know, satisfying ping noise, but it happens every 10 minutes. Versus the smaller ones, you get them way more frequently, and it kind of feels like you're doing more. Not hearing that ding for a while in this game kind of drives you insane. Nice. See, the funny thing with that is that's such a large section, we had a huge area that we hadn't actually cleaned yet, but it still went. We go. Right, we'll come back to this again. We'll do the side again now. 69%. Nice. Has to be said every time. You cannot simply ignore the meme number. This also, again, has got this section that we're going to wait until we do the actual roof on, so... Yeah, that'll be fine. But we will do these sort of side panel walls, though. Like that. I'll also do this this end cap as well, just to get most of that off there. We do still need to do the front as well. We haven't done that yet. We need to do the front door area, the entryway. So I'll get on with that once we finish this next section, and then we'll do the roof, and then hopefully we haven't missed anything, and it'll allow us to move on to the next bit, whatever that job will be. Hopefully it'll be one that'll actually give us an achievement. But I do remember, I don't think this gives us that much. No, 1,500 quid, which is not that useful to us. I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, but yeah, we need quite a lot. I think to get like everything we need for the achievements, we need about 20,000 more. So it's going to require a bit of work. You know Nige Meaddrinker? He's never afraid of hard work. You know what our boy's like? The legend himself. Always working hard. Alright, we'll leave that there for a sec as well. We head up to the front roof, which doesn't seem like it'll be that bad. 72% as well. Nice. So we're making progress at least. Always a plus. That means what? That like side section we just did was about 3%. Because we did get onto the meme number right before we got there. Kind of strange to have Christmas-esque lights up for this place, but, you know. To whoever lives here, you do you, I guess. Kind of a wild place, but... Oh, this is a whole section, door surround. Interesting. Let's also get the old, There we go. The satisfying pings. One thing I quite like that's actually just a small touch on here is I like the way that they've still got the kind of the knots in the wood. Makes it look more interesting than if it was just, you know, sawn wooden logs that were all just perfectly smooth. Which they could have done if they wanted to, so it's nice that they added the knots in. Makes it look cool. At least I think so, anyway. Alright, door. Door surround is still not done either, though, so... It must be these little bits up here. Well, that's a kind of a horrible section, sticking that front, tail wing piece on there, I guess. It, like, blocks all the area underneath that you need to get to. They are kind of the masters at doing that in this game, though, of, like, hiding stuff behind other things. Can be a bit frustrating at times. This is like the tail stabilizer fin. feel like this one may be riddled with little bits and pieces that we've missed. As kind of the hallmarks of it. Also seems like, yeah, we're going to have to get up front. One of the ladders. Kind of hate that it's so close, but not a lot we can really do about that now, is there? Let's just hope that the game's going to be kind of merciful with us about this. And that, because it's a big section, it's going to go quite easily and not require us to get all in the tiny little nooks that are required to maybe be cleaned here. Because, I mean, this is not... Looking at these little bits here, there's a lot of ladder work going on here. Might actually be easier to just do this from down here, to be honest. Them cables done. Yeah, the problem here is we're going to leave like excess that we can't get on top and... Well, not below, but on top of the actual... Oh, there we go, it's gone. Right, I think we're fine there. We're in the clear. Thankfully. Wedge piece is done. I feel like I am... I've decided that we're like a day or two into this now. That the decision to give PCG the boot, I think, is a good one. Now that we're a couple of days after the change, I feel like the removal of Pokemon Community Game was not a bad thing. It's nice not to get baited by the bots in chat anymore. Nice. This is looking good now. 77%. We're right on the right near the end now. I mean, there's still 25% left to do, but we're pretty close. Nice. I think that's pretty much everything from directly on the front that we can do. So what we need to do now is get on the roof. Have a crack at the roof. Which I'm sure is going to be probably a pain, but we'll see. Not sure why we need quite this high of a scaffolding either, but, you know, it does the job. Also nice about this is it seems like the house roof log is going to be one piece. And then each one is probably going to be one piece. So that does make it a little easier. Didn't do the front of it, did we? Uh-oh. That's fine, though. This roof section does feel like it's going to be more annoying than it could be. Well, than I initially expected it to be. The grooves and things are kind of going to dictate that, I think. But it is what it is. We will get it done. And how long do we have to do it? About 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and then we're about where we said we were going to be. I feel like the end caps thing here again might hurt us, but we'll see. Let's hope not. Stupid cable gonna get in the way as well. Everything trying to thwart me. Sneeze coming as well, I can feel it. There it is. %81%. Come on. We've got to do the other side of this roof as well. Fun, fun, fun. One side is bad enough, and then we got to do the other one. That's just going to be pure pain. Ah. Bit of a yikes job, this one, isn't it? Looks fine on paper. Looks pretty small. Turned out to be a lot more of a problem and a bit of a pain than it probably could have been. Well, all we can do, though, is power wash what's put in front of us, so... Doing our best. So close to the summit of the roof. Can almost taste it. Only 85% though. Would have hoped to have been higher up on the old percentage scale by now. But that's okay. So close. 85. I think the thing with today is it feels like I need to rush just because of the lack of achievements. Oh, because we've done none so far, and we're nearly 3 hours in. Feels like we have to kind of like make up for it. Worth doing the other side or worth doing the back? Do the back. So I think that will actually help to complete some of these other sections. Probably not a bad play right now. There you go. %. We are very nearly at the final 10. Let's do the Eve. Presumably each Eve is going to be a different part. Seems like it. Quite a good thing. When we've mostly done the underside already, I think. Never mind, we have not. I'm lying. We barely touched it. There we go. Hey, nice, the middle log's done as well. That's good. Yeah, part of the reason why I wanted to do this side was kind of just because of getting these ones to pop. Because there was a bunch that we had very nearly finished. And I wanted to just make sure that we actually got those over the line so that we didn't have to just come back and do another little bit afterwards. We may have to here and there with this roof. We'll see. Hey, final 10%. Let's go. We've breached the final 10. Seems as well that each of these logs is also a single piece, which is interesting. I unexpected this back one on the extension to just be a one big piece. It's got that back side to do as well. Maybe we should have done those end caps when we had the chance. Saved us... Oh, okay, we must have done one of them. It saved us time, but I don't think it was more efficient. Is it just the top one that isn't going? Alright, maybe it isn't as bad as I thought it was. Crisis averted, it may not be as dire as it looked. Maybe. We haven't been having a lot of that bullshit for a while now, where I've been getting caught by that stupid lockout. But there we go, it just went, and I just started spinning for no reason. But it's been a while since that's happened, which is good. Doesn't really fix anything, but it's been a while since it happened. If it still happens at all, it's more annoying than anything, but... yeah. Final one? Hey. Nice. Probably the best thing to do here, I think, is going to be doing the other one first. The other side, and then coming and doing the ending piece. I suspect. Because then it will just leave us with kind of the odd bits. And then this whole kind of side of the roof, but... I'm hoping we can deal with that relatively quickly. That's not really what we... Guess while we're down here, though, we may as well do that, right? That should save us a tiny bit of time, actually. And that's never a bad thing. I know I'm pretty quiet today, but I just don't really have all that much to say, to be perfectly honest. I'm just kind of power washing away and don't have much to talk about anymore, so you'll have to forgive the long periods of silence today, to be fair. I don't really have much to talk about, and I don't particularly fancy talking to myself all that much, so I'm kind of just vibing with the game. It's really annoying to fall off on that last bit there. 93% as well. Nice. That bit's already done. So it's pretty much just this final roof section now. And then well, minus missing anything, which clearly we have. We've missed that part of the window. And whatever this is. Yeah, we're pretty much done. We've just got these kind of roof sections now to do. Which is quite exciting. We got 10 minutes to do it, roughly. If we're on track for my prediction of getting this one done by the BRB, which would be the next hour. So we got a little bit to go, but we are kind of on track. 93%. I could definitely see us doing it in time. It's gonna be close though. Could be one of the closest finishes we've ever seen in a power wash thing. Of getting it done just in time of when we predicted it would be done. That isn't really very helpful though. Wonder if this is actually a better play here. Just so I can get some of this done, like, from further out a little quicker. Ain't gonna get me a huge amount, but it's something. Sometimes something's better than nothing. Nice. .96. And we're right there on the cusp. The precipice. I'll be glad when this job's over. I'm sure the next one won't be any better, but it will just be nice to get it done. The endless amount of logs is nearly over. $97. It's nice that it's like a slightly smaller section here as well, purely just because of the chimney piece. That's kind of handy, as I am a bit sick of doing these logs. I think anyone would be a bit sick of doing these logs, considering the whole bloody log cabin has just been big log after big log. So it's quite nice being finally done with it. Now just having the final few pieces left. Although I'm sure there's something I've missed that I'll have to go back and do. There almost always is. There's some little piece that I left a tiny fraction of dirt on, and I'll have to go back and chase, so that's fine though. Thankfully, we don't have to go all the way up to the top. And do like the absolute tippy top of the jet engines here, which is very nice, because sometimes they'll do things like that, and it's a bit evil if they do. We are going to shoot the gnome off, though, because he's sort of sat in there, isn't he? Oh, what a shame. He's fallen down. Damn. What a shame. The gnome fell off the roof. I'm so sad. R.I.P. Nice. 99%. Back end first. We are very close now. Very close doesn't mean it's over, though. Oh, we're right there. House is on its last legs. And any second now we're going to get this final piece and then find out what we're missing, which is door handle. And then some horizontal pieces. Alright, that wasn't actually too terrible. And we did it with 2 minutes to spare. Damn. That was a speedy one. At least relatively. That was a long job, though. Oh, the cleanup at the end was nice. That it was so tiny, though. But man, that took a while. Also, a reminder, if you haven't already gone over and done it, drop a cheeky like on the YouTube stream. Why not? Or if you're in your YouTube stream and you're enjoying what you're seeing, then go drop a cheeky like on said stream. Why not? What we got next? Mini dump, mining dump truck. That's another one that has no achievement. Damn. That's awkward. Buy these. Now we need 10 grand. Oh boy. Oh, this is going to take a while. Maybe this is going to be the first day we get no achievements. Might happen. Don't think it's impossible. At least judging from the current way of things. Other thing to consider here is there's probably going to be rust, which is also going to be painful. So, yeah. It's not going to be great. But the BRB is about to start. I mean, we kind of knew it was coming, but... yeah. Pretty good progress, though, from us. In the last hour. What with getting that whole job done within 2 hours. Quite good, I'd say. As a result, it has set us up nicely to hopefully get this done relatively quick and then chase something else before the end of the day. At least that's what we're hoping for, anyway. We'll see whether that actually comes to fruition, but... would be quite nice to actually get something today. Always very disappointing on a day when your whole objective is to get achievements, and if you spend multiple hours doing it and get none. Never particularly pleasant. Kind of nice that we got a big old kind of dent to sitting in the ground, I guess. Take that. Useful little bit to hide in. Alright, got 40 seconds till the break, and then we're going to go BRB, of course. On this very quiet Thursday evening. Man, I really hope this ain't gonna be the first day we've done on powerwash we get no achievements as well. I'm banking on the fact we're gonna get something before the end, but I'm not convinced right now. I'm a little concerned that we might end up having a complete dud. A dud day will not be good though. Okay. Alright. I'll be back in a minute. Jobby. Welcome back. Let's carry on. I feel like I've started doing the underside of this giant truck now, so I may as well just continue. Committed. I feel like this is going to be another one of those fairly long ones, which is not really what I wanted, but yeah, and it is what it is, I guess. There's a very real chance at the minute, though, that we're not going to get a single achievement today, which will be a little disappointing, but it's the theme of the day. Interesting how... Okay, I thought they would have been separate parts. Probably not the worst thing in the world to get the underside of this done early on either. Because it is kind of more crawling around and doing little bits, which usually is what takes the time in power wash, so not the end of the world. Lo-fi and power wash, what more do you need? Like the dream team combination. Nearly up to the big 10%, which actually in this case feels Quite low for the amount we've done, but yeah. There is no but, actually, really. It does just feel quite low for the amount we've done. I feel like we should have achieved more than that in the time. Especially considering we're going 15 minutes on this. 15, 20 minutes. May just be a case of one of those ones like some of the others where it's just the areas that we're doing are comparatively small with the overall size of the vehicle, but we'll see. We got that to do over there. The hydraulic stand, I guess, that on the side. Okay, that's all one section. Right. These rods. Once we got these done, we'll probably start on the wheels. I don't know. Kind of getting into that territory now of needing to start working on those sort of bits. Okay, that's also the stick rod. I see. That explains where the missing part is then, probably. There we go. Tucked away in there. Hidden from sight. Feel like I should do the big hydraulic parts right as I go onto the tires and these big old wheels. Which, getting an angle on some of this is not so easy. Not my day today, is it? Oh, I say that like any day's my fucking day these days. Oh well. I get the feeling these wheels are going to be a real pain, just based upon the way that they normally are in these games. These tires always tend to be a giant pain in the arse. A lot of it, I think, is just because of how big they are and so many grooves and things. But it can be quite annoying. Kind of what I was saying a minute ago about this is where the problems lie. Where because of how big these wheels are and how much tread and stuff there is on them, they can actually be quite difficult sometimes to get all the dirt off of. You have to kind of come at them from a million angles. And it's a bit of a pain. Let's hope that this one here is going to go relatively easily. Although looking at how much is left, not entirely convinced of that. Don't really know how we're supposed to get access to the top of the tire, though. I guess we could use a ladder, but... Alright, that actually works better than I thought it would. Slap that on there, ready for that in a minute. We already did the inside, if I remember rightly. Like the inner spoke and that, obviously. It's a nice chill way to spend a Thursday evening, isn't it, doing this? Only more productive things you could probably do, but pretty relaxing. Would be nice if it would let me place it. Hello? Can I place the fucking ladder down, please? In the area where it's telling me I can place the ladder. Thank you. Good job, Powerwash. We got there eventually. Still got 4 more tyres to do. Ugh. Pain. Pain and suffering. That's all these tyres bring. Gonna do these little sections as well. Little nook. Ladders keep getting stuck on them all the time now. Probably didn't need to go all the way around there either. But this is very awkward, this one. There's a lot of positions to get into that are kind of blocked by things like the wheels. Not the easiest one to do this. Look at this wheel arch as well. Just about the biggest wheel arch I've ever seen, I think. On anything ever. It's overwhelming, this job. Here I was thinking, we'll get a nice easy achievement job next, and we'll get one, and we'll be relatively happy, and kick on from there, you know? Meanwhile, the reality is we've gotten another diabolical job right after the previous one, which was diabolical. Very, very shiny handrails on this thing. Quite impressive, actually. Almost too shiny. Actually docks the number plate of this thing as well. Oh, let's do this front section. Little front platform, can we? Gotta do it eventually anyway, so we may as well get it done now, right? Then we can move on to pastures new. And things will be good. Nice that it's split up into mini sections as well. Also kind of tempts me to do the grills and things, but still stuff underneath that I haven't done yet, so I feel like I should do that first. Try and stay reasonably, like, methodical with it, and try and stick within the kind of bounds of the areas I'm doing. Still got the stupid tires to do as well. Oh, I don't want to do more tires. The tires scare me. I don't want them. I think after this, playing this game, I never want to wash a tire again in my entire life. Ever. What a position that is. Look at that. You can sneak right in here. Laying on top of the wheels. We're not the safest place to be in the world, but gets the job done. Eee. This is a very annoying like angle to try and get into here as well. Well, actually, now I say that. That does help quite a lot, actually. One of the few times the ladder has actually been useful. I normally hate it. It's actually not too bad, though. Do this back panel as well. If I can get the whole like underside of the chassis done, basically, that would be quite nice. Because it will maybe finish off some of these other portions as well. There is a lot of crap on the bottom of here. So, sooner it gets done, the better, really. This whole structure, though, of this thing just feel kind of absolutely endless. Has to be said. An absolute monster of a vehicle. That ladder again. I think that'll help you. Obviously a patch somewhere we're missing. Oh, never mind. Probably that was it. Nice. Do this little panel while we're here. We are kind of jumping around a little bit, but it's fine. I really don't want to do the wheels. Kind of about that time, though, isn't it, that they've got to be done. Oh, hi, Bruised. Welcome in. I was beginning to think other people didn't exist. I was just living in my own world. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Doing good. That's good. I'm glad. What we love to see. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, these are separate, the tires. Ugh. Why is it quiet here? If I knew that bruised, it probably wouldn't be quiet. It's very dead today. I don't know why. Well, I say that. I mean, it's not exceptionally more dead than normal, but it's pretty dead today. Which is unfortunate, but you know. Such is the way of streaming, I guess, at the moment. At least for me, anyway. I don't know. A bit disappointing, though. Not gonna lie. You'd have thought that the 5 years worth of community building and things that I'd done would have been worth something, but I guess not. Sad. That's life, though, isn't it? Sadly, yeah. Yeah. People will miss the stream when it's gone one day, but when it's still here, they won't. They'll, you know, exist but never be around, and then one day I'll quit, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's crazy! My favorite stream's left." It's like, yeah, so much of your favorite that you were last in 4 years ago. All right, buddy. You know, I'm like, yeah. Very disillusioned with many things right now. It's always when it disappears, crap. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Well, it's because people, like... It's the thing that people do with everything, right? They kind of lull themselves into a thing of, like, this thing's going to be around forever, and then it goes because they neglect it for a long time. And then it disappears, and they go, "Oh, it's great, oh, it's terrible, why is it going?" And it's like, well... because of you. That's why it's going. Like, Oreo used to have a Discord, right? Like a old Discord, not the current one. She used to have an old Discord, and it had like, I don't know, 50 people in it or something. No one had said anything in that Discord for like 6 months, maybe. It was very, very quiet. And one day she puts a post in there and says, "Oh, by the way, guys, I'm closing the Discord. Like, no one uses it. I'm getting rid of it." And all of a sudden, it's just like a flurry of people being like, "Oh my god, why? Why? Why is the Discord closing?" And it's just like, now you give a shit. You know? But like, when you actually needed to, you didn't care, so... it's just the way the way that these things are, isn't it? That will happen with this stream one day. Whenever that will be, whether it be sooner rather than later, the day I announce that I'm finally quitting, you'll get a shitload of people come out of the woodwork who haven't talked to me in years, who will go, "Oh my god, it's so sad. Can't believe you're going. We'll miss you." It's like, no, you fucking won't. Shocked Pikachu face? Yeah. Honestly. I mean, that's how it is. That's just the way... I've seen it time and time again, and it's something that annoys me. I don't like the way that it is with that. It's like, it's why I always say, if people like things and people want to support things, then actually do it while you can, because you wait, and you wait, and you wait, and you sit off, and you go, "Oh, I'm not going to do anything." Or you just go, "Oh, I'll watch them tomorrow." Then one day you won't be able to do that anymore. Oh, people bloody are. Yeah, people love to grab glory for stuff they're not involved in. They love to feel like they were part of something, part of the team, even though they weren't. That's just how it is, isn't it? Like I say, I guarantee you, even if I did this, I've said this before that I might do as an experiment one day. If I put a tweet out tomorrow and I said, right guys, this is the last stream I'm ever doing, watch the fucking names of the people who pop up, because I guarantee you they're people you've never heard of. And there'll be people I haven't spoken to in 3 or 4 years. That haven't been in the stream for 3 or 4 years. Some of them will claim that they love being here and they've been here all the time, and it's, you know, it's a load of bullshit, because I could literally see that if I wanted to. Okay. One of the bots that I have in stream literally tracks, if you want it to, people's activity, watch minutes, and stuff like that. Like, you fucking know that all those people are just going to come out the woodwork. I just don't care anymore. As cynical as it may be at this point, the only people I give a shit about really when it comes to stream stuff are the people that actually show up and hang out. Everyone else, I don't really care anymore. Because it's just the same old bullshit that everybody kind of feeds of like, oh, I love being here and I love the stream and it's so great. And so if it was that great, you'd watch, wouldn't you? But you don't. So stop lying to me and stop lying to yourself. Bot could do that. Well, not a bot necessarily, but the bot program I use called Mix It Up has that. Literally has a thing that shows people's last time they came into stream. They don't have to talk either, but it shows the last time someone entered the stream. So if you really wanted to, you could search. I've done this before with people who are banned. I don't do it for anything else, but if someone's banned, I've looked them up before to see if they've come back since. So you can actually do that. Hi Shags, welcome in. Or welcome back, I guess. You were here earlier. Do you love watching the stream? I'm glad you do, Shags. I'm glad you do. We were talking about the fake as fuck people though that exist. That we were kind of saying to Bruce, or I was saying to Bruce that one day what will happen is I'll announce that it's gonna be the last stream, or I'll say like, you know, I'm retiring or something. And I said, watch all those people come out the woodwork that haven't spoken to me for years that will suddenly be like, oh my god, I miss the stream so much, god, I love the stream so much. Meanwhile, literally hasn't talked to me in 4 years, you know? I can think of a few people who I know will do that already now, so it's like I'm just kind of... I don't know. I don't care anymore. I say, I care about the people who actually give a shit, and the people who show that they give a shit now. Past that, I honestly don't give a fuck anymore. I don't really care. I have no interest really in helping anyone out anymore. See, I'm the perfect example of what happens when people get burned, right? I used to be all for giving people shout-outs. I don't fucking care anymore. I'll shout people out to get raided, and that's about it. I just don't care anymore. Genuinely don't care. Like, I have no interest in, like, helping people anymore. And helping, like, new streamers or anything. They can figure it out for themselves like I did. And that's not coming from a perspective of me just being, like, salty about stuff. But, like, I had to figure it all out. And, you know, everyone else can as well. Rather than people just getting what they want and then just leaving. So, rather give them nothing than give them what they want. I know that dude Scrappy Doge would absolutely do that. Nah, mate, Scrappy Doge is better than most of them. I just find it frustrating. It's just the way that it goes with this type of thing, and it's frustrating, and it's something that I know will happen, and part of the reason why I'm glad eventually I'll be... I don't know. I've kind of thought about, like, what I'm going to do for the day, you know, when I decide finally I have had enough, and I, you know, decide one day that, yeah, internet time is done for me now, I'm not going to stream anymore. And there's part of me that's tempted to just go scorched earth, to be honest. Say fuck it and just nuke everything. Delete the Discord, delete everything. There's part of me that's tempted to do that. Because I think eventually when I get to the point where I want to just cut ties with the internet, I think I just want like a full clean break. I don't think I want to like sit around and, you know, exist in the space anymore, to be honest. I'm sure some people will be disappointed by that, but that's just what happens when you've been around for a long time. just disappointing, you know. Disappointing that things have gotten to the stage and to the place where they are now. It's kind of led down this path a bit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when the time comes. But keep an eye out, though. If you ever see me post about retiring or anything like that, number one, you should probably take it seriously. That's the other thing. Probably not joking if I say that, just so everybody knows. If I put out a post like next week and said, you know what, guys, fuck all the Pokemon stuff, I'm done. You should probably take that seriously rather than thinking, oh, what a joker. Because I kind of am at that point, though, in my streaming career, if you want to call it that at this point, that I'm kind of like thinking about it. Kind of wondering whether Pokemon will actually do enough. Whether it's even worth it. To do the randomizers and give it a go, you know? Finally voted. Thank you, Shags. Appreciate it, man. Can't say I know much about that boat, but I have never sailed far. One day, maybe, Bruised. One day. Hopefully not. Hopefully you don't have to deal with most of that stuff, man. Hopefully you have a nice clean time and whatnot, whatever. Fortunately, I voted wrong. Democracy is cancelled. Oh, what did you vote for? You mean you voted wrong? How could you vote wrong, Shags? You mean you didn't vote for, Oh, you mean you voted for Kanto, is what you mean. Vote for whatever you want. That's the point of it, right? Rather give you guys a choice on what you want to see rather than me pick it. Where's the clink? There it is. I'd say it's gone on holiday. We haven't had one for a while. Nice. Okay. Jeez, man.
Nice.
Me for the noise. Michael Rosen would be proud. I honestly wish you could just freeform the ladder and put it wherever you want. Helpful. If anyone's wondering as well, because I don't think anyone's actually here at the point where we got onto this mission, there is no achievement for this one, so it's like 2 back-to-backs with no achievement. So yeah, kind of rough. And we've been going for about an hour, and we're nearly halfway, so... yeah, it's not looking brilliant for getting an achievement today, I'll be honest. Looking kind of rough. Grind to get to the area for achievements. Pretty much, yeah. We're grinding to get to the level so we can get the achievements. Only gives 1,000 quid as well. What a rip-off. It's a 2-hour job and it gives 1,000 quid. If only it paid like that IRL. It'd be great. Imagine that, get 1,000 quid for 2 hours work. Great. Stream 2 hours and make $1,000. Crazy. I can dream. Oh, that reminded me of something as well. I don't know if it's just a big crash because of the way that it's gone, or just more of a reflection of the way things have been as of late. But I did notice something that actually made me laugh. It's so like pathetic. It made me laugh yesterday. I was looking at the stream stuff afterwards, and I was looking on the various panels and things. And do you want to know how much ad revenue yesterday's stream made? Yesterday's 5-hour stream, how much ad rev it made? It's quite funny. $0.13 is how much yesterday made. Twitch like fucked their ad revenue years ago. I don't know whatever they did. They did something with it a few years ago and they just tanked it. Fortune, I wager, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen it that low. I think that's the lowest we've ever made in a stream. I don't think I've ever seen it anywhere near that low. But there you go. Twitch got 5 hours worth of content for free, and I got 13 cents for it. So there you go. Big up Twitch for their ads policy. I was running 3 minutes of ads as well for the entire stream. Keep in mind. Now, albeit it wasn't exactly like yesterday's stream was blowing any viewership metrics away, but pretty pathetic, isn't it? Man, I remember the days where I used to smash like $2 to $5 every stream on ad revenue. That's crazy. I actually used to, genuinely, there actually used to be a time where we made more ad revenue from this stream running less than 3 minutes of ads per hour than we did from subs every month. Nowadays, I think the ad rev from this channel is like a third or less of the revenue we get from the subs. And the subs have decreased since then. Since those days. So, what does that tell you about Twitch's ad revenue these days? It's fucking miserable. They don't pay anybody anything for ad rev now. They used to, and it used to be pretty good. But not anymore, they don't. They're just nickel and diming everybody. Like Twitch does best. Yikes, yeah, right. Jesus, yeah. True as well, I'll show you a screenshot if you want. It's why, realistically, when you look at it these days, it's like, to actually be a streamer just on Twitch, not only is it just a bad idea from a revenue standpoint, but also, if you don't have a community of people that are constantly just pumping bits, gift subs and stuff like that into the community, then I'd say 9 times out of 10 now it's just unprofitable. If that's like what you're doing it as, you're doing it as like a full-time thing, it's not good anymore. Like, you're now reliant on basically having people in your community pay money, which is kind of not what it should really be about, but that's kind of the way that streaming is now. At least for the most part. And essentially, whether it comes down to if you have a huge amount of success in that department is, do you have a bunch of people in your stream who are willing to throw large amounts of money at gift subs and things every month or not? And if you don't, then, you know, you're always going to kind of struggle in that department. And if you do, then you're lucky. And, you know, cherish it. The disgrace? Yeah, it is. They don't care, though. They make their money on it. Twitch gets its nice money. Oh, I should also point out that because of that, because of me running 3 minutes of ads per hour as well, that's a 55% cut of the overall ad revenue as well. So, there you go. That's over half of the ad rev that was on the stream, apparently. Yeah, it's abysmal, man. Guess everyone just pushed towards doing sponsors if ads don't pay well. Yeah. 55%. Yep. While streamers generate content for the platform all day. Yeah. Again, it's like I say, though, like at this point, having a profitable stream depends on your community, not on yourself anymore. It used to be that you could stream, you know, amounts of hours, and if you had even decent enough viewership, you'd be fine. But it's why I say earlier that it would genuinely be interesting to know whether those bots that we were memeing about and looking at earlier, when was it streamboo.com came in, I wonder if they actually generate ad revenue. I'd actually be curious to know that, because I wonder if you could actually make money doing it by botting and then subsequently having the bots like get caught by all the ads and then generating money that way. Even if you could just do it to literally pay for the bots, it would actually be considered a success, which is kind of crazy. So there you go. Maybe Twitch's thing about bots is not actually their crusade against bots is actually not quite as successful as they think it is, potentially. If you can buy, what was it we said earlier? Because for the context of this, if anyone who wasn't here, we were talking about like AI and robots like taking over people's jobs, and then in perfect fashion, one of those bots came into stream and was like, bigfollows.com, you know, remove the space and go check out for cheap followers. And I was like, you know what, out of interest, I've never actually done this. Let's not click on the link, but let's actually search the name of the website and have a look, see what they're actually selling. You could buy, yeah, 50 viewers for a week in the stream, and I think it was $5. For the price of one Twitch sub, you could buy 50 viewers for a week. For a month, it was like 800 or something. Actually, no, that was for the maximum amount. I think that was for 1,000 viewers for a month. So 1,000 viewers for the entire month, every stream. It was $800, I think. Now, if that generates ad rev, that's when you're getting into interesting territory, because if that generates ad rev, I reckon you probably make more than 800 a month on ad rev with 1,000 viewers. Surely. I think you've got to at least be up in the thousands at that point. At least, you know, 4 digits, even if there's not much into it. You've got to be making more than that on ad rev a month. So it becomes an interesting thing of like, I wonder if it's actually profitable to use them, and that's why so many people use them. Because Twitch, clearly, their whole thing about, oh, we're changing our algorithms and stuff to get rid of view bots doesn't work, because there's still people view botting all over the fucking place. So it's interesting, though. It's the type of thing that you would kind of want to actually find someone who's used it and figure it out just to see if that's the way it is. Because if it is, then that's kind of hilarious and also awful at the same time, if that's how that works. You can make money by using Twitch bots. Yeah, that's 55%. So the way it works, Bruce, because I know you're not affiliate yet, are you? So you won't see this stuff. But the way it works with ads is if you run less than 3 minutes an hour, they'll give you 30% of the ad revenue generated by the stream. If you run 3 minutes per hour, they'll give you 55%. That's how much you get as like a max rate for ads. I don't know if anyone gets higher than that. I'm sure I've seen things before. I don't know if they run them still, but they used to run these ads. I think it's called the Ads Incentive Program, I think it was called. And it was for partners, and they would do like it would be like a larger contract where it would be, we'll pay you $1,000 if you run like 4 minutes of ads per hour for 20 hours or something. But you had to stream, you know, like X amount of time and run X amount of ads, and they'd pay you just like a flat contract fee. I don't know if that's the same anymore, but they only ever rolled it out to partners, and then it kind of disappeared and no one talks about it anymore. So I don't know. But it perfectly goes to show you, really, that when it comes to Twitch streaming, there's a massive, massive gulf between the people who make money and the people who don't. I remember it made me laugh once when I was talking to, I think it was Christoph, where I'd said something once, and he, like, made an insinuation that I was getting rich off of stream, and it's like, if only you knew, Christoph. If only you knew. I'll show you my finance books if you want. I'm not nearly as rich as you think I am. Yeah. Maybe if I was fucking queso making like a couple of million a year, maybe, but I'm a minnow in that pond. Listen, if the platform stops paying creators at all, it pretty much inviting this type of scam to happen because people need to get paid, and I can't blame them for finding ways to get paid. Me too. I can't either. I mean, while I wouldn't advocate it, I wouldn't say to people you should go around Twitch buying. I can understand why people do it. And a lot of it's caused by Twitch's shitty problems. Their algorithm type thing is bad. And it doesn't lead to the discoverability of new streamers. Pretty much it leads to just the same old people who are at the top of the category getting all of the lion's share of everything every time. You know, which is kind of a problem. I mean, it's good for Twitch, I suppose, because, you know, they're higher viewership, more ads, all that type of stuff. But for anyone who's actually trying to come up as a streamer, it's terrible. Yeah, there's a lot of things to it. There's a lot of parts to it. It's why people make so much on sponsors. And for me personally, I've said this before, I've made no illusions about it. Last year, I said this the other week. Last year, we did that, what was it called? Matchmasters, which is actually a really fun game. Matchmasters sponsor, you remember that? When we did that Matchmaster sponsor that a lot of you got involved in? Remember that game? Fun little game. We all played it on stream. That one sponsor was 1.5 times the amount of revenue I made on Twitch for the entirety of 2025. And that was 1 month's worth of hard work. And that was 1.5 times the amount I made the entire year on Twitch alone. And that includes bits, subs, ad rev, all of it. 1.5 times. Now, when I say that, it was 1.5 times. We're not talking mind-blowing numbers here. I'm not talking like... well, you know, I don't think it matters. I'll say this. I'll tell you this much, right? I'm not going to go too much into it because I don't think it's something that necessarily people should talk about. I made over 4 figures for that sponsor. So you do the math. I made at least $1,000 from that. Right? I didn't make 5. So it was somewhere between... It's somewhere in the 4-figure range is how much I made for that sponsor. Right? And that's 1.5x the amount I made on Twitch the entire year. And it wasn't even close. Now, admittedly for me, last year, 2025, quiet year on Twitch, also in terms of revenue, significantly worse than previous years. There's no doubt about that. For whatever reason, I think it's just, you know, economic way of the world, Twitch messing with things, you know, people's lives being different, some people not, you know, leaving the community, which happened in a couple of cases and things like that. So we did make significantly less as well as a stream in general, and as a business, if you want to look at it that way. You know, if we didn't do that sponsor, we were fucking cooked, basically. Like, so yeah, I don't know. Twitch, well, no, I don't know if Twitch needs to fix anything to, like, make it more profitable for people. I don't know. Twitch needs to sort something. I'm not going to take a break either. I'm just going to sit here and keep playing because we're just in the middle of chatting. Can't be asked to, BRB. No way to get by other than doing sponsors in that sense. What do you need Twitch for? It won't pay you. It won't stream. It won't stream to any new viewers. But then at the same time, though, if you didn't have stream to build the thing in the first place, then you wouldn't have anyone to do the sponsor, right? I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult. I don't know. There are far more smart people than me that I'm sure would be able to give like more formulated opinions rather than me, who's kind of probably got a dog in the fight, as they say. So my opinion's always going to be slightly charged by what I think, because my opinion matters in that regard, you know? My opinion's always going to be kind of fighting for my best outcome for myself. But yeah, I don't know. Twitch needs to sort something, but like Twitch needs to kind of figure out a way of making it so that people can actually, well, not just the top elite 0.001% can actually be successful. Because I think that's kind of what they've gone towards over the last few years, and then you have like such a huge gulf between the quite literally millionaires that make millions a month in some cases, from Twitch and donos and stuff combined versus, you know, your average little guys, which are just nowhere near that. And then people start making stuff on other platforms, which Twitch weirdly encourages and says that that's what you should be doing, which is kind of, I mean, it is what you should be doing to get yourself out there, but also at the same time, that's a bit backwards, isn't it, for Twitch to actively encourage people to not use their platform and to use other ones for growth, rather than trying to come up with a way of making it happen themselves. So, I don't know. Yeah. All that to say, though, I've always been very appreciative of all the support I've gotten on this stream, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm somehow suggesting that I'm not, based upon what we're talking about here. We're merely just having a factual conversation about the general state of revenue on Twitch at the moment. I'm by no means diminishing anything that anyone has done. Just want to point that out, because there's always someone who thinks that. So yeah, no, I appreciate all of the subs, all of the donos, and all that shit that anyone's ever done for me on this channel, and I do very much appreciate that. More than you'll probably ever know. Because I can't really express how appreciative I am of it, and all of the support that we've had on this channel over the years. It's just unfortunate that Twitch very much doesn't support in the same way that everybody else has to. And, you know, people have to pick up the slack because Twitch doesn't themselves. I know January is also like a dry period, because I'm sure people will say, well, but streamer, people are paying less for ads now because, well, it was just Christmas and they blew all their advertising budget for Christmas. Probably true, but I'll be perfectly honest. Usually in December, there's a big jump in ad rev. Last month, I didn't really see that. It kind of just was the same as every other month last year, so yeah. Pretty bad. I actually wouldn't want to know what the highest amount of ad rev I made on one stream this year is. I genuinely don't want to know. If I had to guess, based upon just some rough ones that I can think of, if I had to guess right now, just based upon a few rough numbers that I can think of ones that I did for like big streams where I looked and I got like big raids and things, probably the most I've made in any one stream this year off of ad revenue, and that would be in a stream where I got raided by 100 people, is like $3 or $4. That's probably the most ad rev I've made all year in one stream. Last year, I know there was a couple where we breached 10 quite easily on streams like that. But yeah, ad rev on Twitch is fucked. It's really not as good as it used to be. I mean, I kind of said it earlier, but like when it comes to it, it used to be a relatively easy benchmark for this stream where, and again, things used to be different. We used to have more people watching, and I'm sure there was more people watching who weren't subbed as well. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe we just have more people who watch now who are subbed and less people who aren't. But this stream back in 23, I could probably fairly comfortably make $50+ of ad rev a month. Pretty comfortably, with like very like average or even below average stuff going on. I could probably like take a week off and still clear that. I think last month or the month before, I think we ended up doing like 12 for the entire month. That says it all, really, doesn't it? Now again, this stream's quieter than it used to be. But even so, on the days where you see a stream where actually things do pick up or we get a raid or whatever, it still doesn't really rectify the problem. So all this to say, Streamers get paid like shit by Twitch, basically. Streamers get paid well by all of you guys who watch your streamers and sub to your streamers. But when it comes to Twitch doing it, nah, nothing, mate. Fuck all. Again, hence like what Shag said, basically everybody resorts to doing sponsors of one way or another, because, you know, you just don't... There's just no real way of doing it otherwise at this point. And I'm lucky that in a number of ways I've done very well on some of my sponsors before, and a lot of that comes down to you guys, right? That's directly what it comes from, you know? It's also why I kind of say and I emphasize that if I ever do a sponsor, it's usually like a big thing that we do every now and again. And people, I always try and encourage to get really involved in it when you can. Because that one sponsor will probably be like 25% of the revenue for the entire year. So it's like, when I say things about like Pokemon streams becoming too expensive and stuff like that, that's kind of why I mean it. And why I say it. Because it's like, you know, at the end of the day, there is still also the other various things that need to be run. And when the stream's revenue keeps going lower and lower and lower, which it has been over the last year or so, it makes it harder to keep funding everything and making things happen. So that's why the TCG streams are probably going away. I say probably are going away. I mean, it's not like I'm going to magically make shitloads more money overnight and suddenly be able to afford doing it every other month, is it? Mario's brother, of course. Companies like that make me want to praise Luigi. Mario's brother, of course. Worst of all is that they gaslight streamers to believe it's their fault and that they just need to work even more for less. Yes and no. I kind of agree with that, Shags, but I also kind of don't. I'll explain why. When you say that, like, they don't necessarily suggest anything about that, but that's the idea that it gives you, right? Is, well, I'm not doing well enough, so I need to work harder, right? The reality is, I think in a lot of cases, or at least I can only speak from my own experience, but the reality is sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you work or how much effort you put in. It's about who you are and who you know. Kind of like I mentioned the other day, right? You look at this stream, when was the most successful periods of this stream? When I knew a couple of other people and was engaged in their communities, right? Because essentially what happened is the people from those communities watched me purely because I was part of the other community. Now, the second I kind of disappeared from those communities and stopped watching the other people because of various questionable acts and things that they did that led me to go, you know what, I'm not really too keen on this anymore. All of those people disappeared. So there's the who you know. And the other thing is it's just about who you are, right? You're always going to get people that put on, like, fake personas deliberately to be popular are going to do better than people just being genuinely themselves and having certain parts about them that aren't necessarily traditionally popular. I mean, look at me, right? I'm kind of one of those people who will be, like, honest to people about things, and a lot of people don't generally like that when it comes to the internet because they want to... they want everybody to tell them that everything they've ever done in their life is great, and, you know... They've never made a mistake before, and the pretty eye lady that they're talking to actually wants to be in a relationship with them. You know? And it's like, the reality of it is like, I feel like in a lot of cases, someone like me is never really destined to go to the big leagues because of the personality that I have in comparison to some other people. Gonna make a baked potato. Go do that, Bruce. Go make a baked potato. But yeah, it's all kind of crazy. It's all big one crazy big storm of things, and then you have Twitch in the background wasting money on shit like guest star that nobody gives a fuck about. which they put back into beta again, which means that they're going to do more changes to it. So GG, they're going to waste even more money on that shit that no one wants. Meanwhile, there's actual genuine features they could develop that will probably would be useful, but why would they do that? Because, you know, yeah. Man is cursed with honesty. I had to learn that over time, Shags. I had to learn to be more honest about things. Not in the sense as to say that I lied about things, but in the sense as to say that sometimes one of the things I used to do a lot of was to not say things because I thought it was the better option to not say something rather than to say it. Whether that be here in stream or in my personal life. There are many an interaction where I should have just been more honest about things and about how I actually felt about them rather than not saying anything. And it's something I had to learn to do over time. But at the same time, you eventually get to a point when you kind of hit that stage of just not really caring anymore. And that's where I am now. That includes being honest to oneself. Yeah. I mean, look, that's part of the reason why I've been talking about changing things here, or the prospect of maybe 2026 being my last year of streaming. I can't keep going along fucking coping about how things are going, you know? Things are not in a good spot right now. I was really hoping 2025 would be a blip on the radar and 26 would start off well, but quite frankly, January's been just as bad as November was, which was the worst month of last year by miles. And so it's not really filling me with a huge amount of confidence right now that things are going to change without huge, you know, systematic change. Hence the very probably out of nowhere for some people sudden pivot, jumping away from War Thunder and moving to something else, because quite frankly War Thunder's doing nothing for me at the minute. No one really gives much of a shit about the War Thunder stuff. Not really anyone is coming in from War Thunder very much anymore. And so it's like, honestly, at this point, I might as well just roll the dice and see what I can do, because I've only got so many dice rolls left before I say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. Can't put myself through the mental gymnastics anymore of telling myself that actually this is still worth it. You know? Because as much as I've loved streaming and it's been great, that I kind of said it the other day, when it comes to some of those things, and I mean this from the side of the things like the Twitch part of it, there's only so much heart and soul you can put into something that doesn't love you back. And I think I'm kind of getting to that point where I ain't got much heart and soul left. And I ain't been getting much back for a while from the stream itself, you know? From you guys, yes, but from the stream, it's been a hard road. But it's also part of the reason why the YouTube's been so refreshing. It's been nice to actually see us getting milestones and to do new things and whatnot. So, I don't know. Like, I don't want this to be all too depressing, but it's just like, it's one of those things where we just have to talk about the fucking reality of it. You know? As much as, you know, as much as this is kind of like the thing, right? As much as I want to sit here when someone says, I'm gonna be here and be part of the community forever. And I want to go, yeah, thanks, I really appreciate it, man. As much as I do appreciate it, there's also the part of me that's like, that might be true, but I can't just hang on forever because someone thinks that. You know? I've got to eventually look at myself and figure out what I want to do with myself, because as crazy as it sounds, because I'm you know, I'm not that deep into it. I'm getting older, and what have I really done? You know? The last couple of years of my life, I've been dealt shittier and shittier hands every year. More and more stuff falls apart that I thought was fine. And I keep sitting here every year thinking to myself, maybe this is the year when I'll kind of... things will figure themselves out for me. And then I realized that actually it's not the case. Nothing changes, you know? And my in some elements anyway, my belief in the wrong things has dealt critical killing blows to things that I look back on now and I go, would things have been different if other thing would have happened, or I just kind of, you know, paid more attention to this thing instead. Hard to tell, of course, because it's all what ifs, but, you know. War never changes after all. Yeah. Like, I'll give you the big example. I talked about this the other day a little bit. You look at, a few years back, my, relationship I was in. Part of the reason that things with that went south in the end, part of it, I mean, there was other elements to it as well, but part of it was because I was so fucking focused on this shit. I was so focused on the stream stuff that it put probably a immeasurable amount of strain on certain other things, because I effectively just neglected to really think about certain other stuff. And if ever I looked at things, it was always through the lens of like, well, I should do what's best for stream first, right? And I ended up neglecting a person who was someone I was supposed to care about, and, you know, it was very stupid of me. And I'm probably lucky that that person doesn't hate me these days, quite frankly. But I look back and I go, man, how easy would it have been to fix that problem? You know? Maybe things would have been different, I don't know, but... So, it's, you know, for too long I've probably focused on the wrong things in life, and maybe this is one of them. Time comes in everyone's life, we have to realize that some fights are just lost, and I wonder whether, for me, streaming as a thing is one of those, that just putting as much effort and energy into it as I have over the last 5 years, it's just, I'm at that point where I just can't do it anymore. I think my belief that things would ever go anywhere has completely died. I have no faith or belief that things will ever, you know, move in a meaningful direction, and things will go to a point where you know, it'd be considered like largely successful again as a stream, not as a community or anything like that, but specifically just as a stream. You know, we haven't had increases in any major metrics since 2024. You know, it's hard to look at that stuff and go, yes, I want to put so much effort into this to revive it, but it's already kind of dead. You know? Was work after all, can't blame yourself too much. Yeah, but I do those shags, because while it was, it's also shouldn't have been my priority, right? Shouldn't have been my priority. I think that was my biggest like downfall with that, is I focused on it too much. And while I always wanted to do it because, well, what about this and what about that, it led to stupid decisions that I made over the years that I regret. And there are certain things I can never take back about that. Like, not that long ago, with said person, I end up having a bit of a heart-to-heart with them about something, because there was something from years and years ago that I didn't even know had... Well, I say I didn't even know. I didn't know how much of an impact it had. I knew that this thing was like a problem, but something that had happened from years ago, a particular incident that happened, I didn't even know how bad any of that shit was, because I was so tunnel visioned on my own shit. And it had been like, what, 2 years later? And the person eventually told me just how bad they actually felt about this one thing. And I had no idea the entire time, because I was so, at the time, I was so tunnel visioned on my stream and all this shit that, you know, I sort of metaphorically threw them to the wolves when it came to that. And they kind of had to just fend for themselves on it, because I was too busy focusing on my other shit. It's a fucking, I don't know. As much as I look back on that time in my life fondly, I also look back on it and think that's probably the biggest car crash I've ever been involved in. Of anything in my life. So sad when we can't communicate in time. Yeah. It's my fault though. You know? Because I pushed it to that point where she couldn't say that to me. But also part of that came from the fact that, quite frankly, when and this isn't a reflection on anything to do with that. This was long before that. But part of that came from the fact that not only was I so focused on stuff, but also at times during that period in my life, I was so depressed that if you'd have told me something like that, it would have fucking tipped me over the edge, you know. And I'd have just spent all day of every day blaming myself for it and thinking I was the worst person on the planet. So, I don't know. Why I kind of talked about this stuff the other day a little bit. It's why I said, even for some of you that are older than me, learn from my mistakes. Don't be like me. If you do, you'll regret it. I may not, in my, you know, relatively short amount of time that I've been alive on the planet, I've had that many experiences, and compared to some people, you know, I mean, there's people out there who do all kinds of crazy shit all over this place. But, you know, heed my warning. That's what I say. It's tough, you know. I want to be like Nox when he made 17 kills on the same War Thunder match. That version of me I'm not sure exists anymore, Shag, sadly. I think that version of me was more of a flash in the pan. Joe, I think that's the thing as well. It sounds crazy. That's one of the things that kind of frustrates me most, actually, about stuff. Is I know that that's still there somewhere, because it comes out every now and again. That flash in the pan comes out every now and again. But it's just never there enough. It's a small spark that gets snuffed out all too quickly, rather than igniting a blazing plume of, you know, fire. So I don't know. But yeah, it's, you know, going back to the other stuff. It's like I put probably way too much emphasis on the stream for far too long. And ultimately, it hurt me. And, you know, I still think about that now to some degree, and I think, man, the fuck were you doing, honestly? You know? Like, I look at it and I go, how in the name of all that's holy did you actually end up in the situation you're in, where those things happened? Like, those are the types of things that you see on, like, fucking Reddit or whatever, and people are like, haha, look at this guy who fumbled. And I'm just like, that was me. You know? Not in like one of those kind of comical ways, but I'm like, that was me, man. I had everything I wanted. And I shot myself in the foot. You know? Had the shit that fucking dreams are made of, and I threw it away like an idiot. So, yeah. Don't be like me. You ever get lucky and you get that type of shit happen with you? Hold on to it. Don't do what I did. Because regardless of what anyone ever says or what anyone ever tells me I should do, I will regret that until the day I die. Because it'll always be the what could have been question that no one wants to have, you know? Never anyone wants to have that at the end of the days, but I feel like regardless, I'll always have that. What might have been. It's an inescapable reality for me, I think. Who knows? Maybe things will change, but I doubt it. I'm sure I'll just do something equally as stupid in the future that'll make it worse, you know? And I'll just have another comically fucking stupid thing to laugh about. What are we missing on here? Side edges? Oh, there's like a corner. Also telling me there's something in here that I haven't done. That bit of pint. There you go. Burn 95% potatoes made. Nice. Good stuff, Bruised. I hope it's very tasty and doesn't taste of burnt. I don't know how it isn't going to at that point, but I hope it doesn't taste burnt. I'm excellent at blaming myself as well. We're talented, bruv. Honestly, man. But I think that's the thing, though, is like... I would say maybe in some situations I'm almost too accountable. I'm like a weird pendulum when it comes to that. I think in some circumstances I'm too accountable, and I think in some circumstances I'm not accountable enough. It's never about... Yeah, I can never find the balance. I either kind of take full accountability for things and everything's my fault, or nothing was my fault. You know? I mean, sometimes things genuinely aren't your fault, right? Like, there are things that happen in life that genuinely can't really be controlled by you, that you have no bearing on, but... I mean, look, it's like with the stream stuff, right? I'll look at that, and some people will say, well, you know, you shouldn't take things personally, and you shouldn't do that stuff, and I'm like... The only consistent thing with me over the last X amount of years of being in this stream is me. Games have changed, things have changed, all this other stuff's changed. The only thing that's consistent is me. So, it's logical at that point to come to the conclusion that the reason that X thing never happened in stream is likely because of me, you know? Because of me being how I am, or, you know, doing the things that I did, or whatever it was. So, I don't know. But it's like it's the only, like, consistent variable. And I'm kind of like that with a lot of things. It's like, if there's something that's just a consistent variable, something like that, which is me, kind of hard not to go, well, maybe I'm the problem then. Funhouse. Oh my god, we can actually get an achievement. Even though we've only got half an hour left. What are the achievements for the Funhouse? Hit all the giant piano keys in order from low to high. And, clean a rotating floor disc with a surface cleaner. Alright. We can do those. But yeah, I don't know, we went into a weird emotional topic area there for a moment, but... I don't know, man. I'll tell you one thing about my, about stuff in general, which is that I don't think I will look at, oh my god, look at this. I don't think I'll look much at, the 2020s, and look back all that fondly on them, put it that way. I think I'll look back at the 2020s and go, man, what were you doing? That should be an achievement. There it is. Piano keys. Where are the piano keys? Slide door. Ooh. Hi, Ball. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Oh, that's sneaky. Oh, here we go. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that they weren't actually the wrong way around. I assume we don't have to do the, them as well? The black keys? Achievement pop? Surviving? Hope you're good. Oh, you know how I am. Just having an existential crisis every day like normal. You know me, Bo. Okay, that didn't pop. So it looks like maybe we have to do the black keys as well. We may also have to do it with the red, just because it may have, like, done two at the same time. Let's try that again. There it is. Yay, we got 2 achievements today, somehow. This also, just looking at this is going to be a big job, isn't it? Again. I mean, at least we got some achievements from it, but goddamn. Thank you for the things there. Do indeed, been there enough times. Yeah. Yeah. Sadly. Sadly, many of us have. One of those days, eh? Leave with the trophies, everybody. I'm glad we managed to get something out of today, trophy-wise. Because, it was looking kind of rough for a while, wasn't it? %. Yay! How crazy. Oh, man. I know it's like the end of power. 1,700 is all... 1,700 for this job. Are you serious? Is that all? How much money do we have right now? 1,300. We sell everything but like the disc, right? So we sell that. We sell all of these. Because we aren't using these anymore, right? Sell all of these. Oh, I see. Okay, by just clicking it, we just immediately sell it. Oh, if we click that, it sells everything. That's handy. Yeah, we'll do that. Sell all of that. We want to actually keep these, though, because this is the disc. And we actually could sell one of these as well if we wanted, but... Could we sell one of these in order to get the other? We could, right? Let's do it. 4 grand. We just... 17 grand right now. We still don't even have enough money to get all of these. Fuck. Although, now we've bought that, we can actually sell this, right? Oh no, I already sold it all. There's 10,000 more. Own a professional duty washer and all of its attachments at the same time. GG. Need to stop bumping your prices, seeing as you're the only person in town who cleans anything. Apparently. Hang on, we might be able to do another achievement here, I've just realised. How do we... How do we change the skin on it? Achievement unlocked. Alright. I didn't necessarily want to have to sell that stuff, but it was... I think it was necessary. In order for us to achieve our goals. And achieve them we shall. So, yeah, I think we got one more on Trophy Plus that we need, which was for the heavy duty washer. There's also another one, we won't do it today, but there's also ones for doing, using this triple nozzle to fully clean something. Look at the boom on that. But this triple nozzle, which is kind of goated, I remember this from the last game, this to clean an entire thing on its own. We won't do that, obviously, because we've already done some of this one before starting, but... Yeah, I mean, look at the triple nozzle. Just look at how much it does. It's just so powerful. You get it from far enough away, and it basically just acts like a giant version of the normal beam. Huge. Actually, this is nice so we don't have to do the back end of this as well. That's quite handy. Even the trophy plus. Yeah, I think we do need to start up in the prices, though. 2 grand for this job. This is going to take me like 3 hours, probably. This one's all interior as well, which is interesting, or mostly interior. I will say though, I actually think that we're quite close to the end of the game, considering the fact that we can kind of afford these now, albeit because we sold our other equipment, which I think is kind of what they're getting at. I think that's what they want you to do. But also the fact that we only have one like mission related achievement left, which is for doing the town floats job or whatever it was called. Kind of suggests to me that I think we're quite near the end of the like main story, or the campaign, if you will. There's a bit of a throwback here, Bowl, as well, because I remember when we first did Power Wash 1, when you were telling me about the speed runs. Speedrun.com. We were looking up the speedrun of that solar farm that we were doing. I was using the triple nozzle for that, so we got our nozzle back. The nozzle we used for so much of that game because it's kind of nutty. I mean, you can kind of see it's like almost a universal nozzle you can use for almost anything, and it almost like has a bit of, what's the word, like auto aim on it. It has like aimbot where it kind of like moves around and you can see it like locking on to stuff slightly. That's pretty handy. I was gonna say triple nozzle can speedrun now. Yeah, right. I think all the speedruns are done with the triple nozzle, or they were anyway. You look at it like kind of flicking on and then off. Is that an individual one? Okay, that's an individual. They're all individual railings, weirdly, I think. I was going to say this is one of the few places where this thing actually might not be as good. But no, it still does its job absolutely perfectly, of course. We just got something in the background as well. I don't know what it was we finished, but we just finished something. Nice. Well, that's 6% already. The glare on that floor as well. My lord. That's a lot of glare. I like that nozzle. Yeah, it's probably one of the best in the game, if not the best. There is also another one that I don't know if it will be better or not, called the double turbo, but we haven't unlocked it yet. That was satisfying, that blink, 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 blink. I mean, just look at that though. Look how fast we've just done that section. Not as good as the disc. Not as good as in terms of like appeal, no. But in terms of effectiveness, it's about 1,000,000 times better than the disc. Just look how quickly we're able to do that ramp, you know? There you go, done. We go up here and do it, actually. I feel like we can do it even easier. I guess this is all the same floor, right? Yeah, exit platform. Although isn't this really the entrance, no? Would any of you guys go in this fun house, do you think? It does look pretty fun. And it is indeed kind of a house. So I guess they're not lying. Nice. We'll save the slides for later. That'll be a fun bit to do on it. I don't know what we got. I think it was the light on the slides. That's what we did. See Funhouse, only if we go wee. Love a Funhouse. Be good, wouldn't it? Like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to go into those, like, soft play areas, you know? Yeah, it'd just be all this type of stuff. They were great, man. Those, like, foam play areas. Oh, my God. What a time. I'm convinced that what they should do is, if someone hasn't already done this, and I think they may have, but they need to make them for adults. I bet they'd be really popular if you made like one of those soft play centers for adults. You imagine how popular that would be. Bet loads of people would go. What am I missing on this railing? Ah, the upper section. The upper deck. It would. I think it would be really popular. Maybe I'll be wrong. Untapped market there for sure. Yep. Not the person to do it, but, you know. I'm sure there's someone out there with, you know, investing money that could start a business like that and would actually do really well for themselves. I suspect. Might be wrong, but... Seems that all you lot... I mean, admittedly, we're... Oh, we hit the piano keys. I wonder what that was then. Yeah, look at that. Yay! Piano music. We should probably do this as well. We're actually going to switch off of the nozzle here as well. I know it's crazy, but... We're going to switch to regular nozzle here. It's just kind of better for this really up-close stuff rather than the turbo triple. So we'll just for this, we're going to use this one. Nice. There it is. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what? Well, the fact that we can't use the triple for that. It is pretty messed up, I know. Did we do that? Oh, we probably should do that, actually, shouldn't we? This sort of underside section. It's fine, it's back. I mean, the triple is very useful. It is kind of the GOAT of the game, I would say. Ready for the pings? Oh no, we can't reach that one at the top. What are we going to do? Use the extendable one on the triple. Easy. The extendo nozzle. I like how this one, it sounds like a jet engine firing up in your ear or something, you know? It's like got a proper like growl to it. It's aggressive, this one. It's like a ferocious beast. It's too powerful, we're like knocking it too far away. Alright, we need the shortest range one again. Maximum destruction. Once it's all clean, we'll go through the entire funhouse. And we'll see if we have fun. That'll be the determining factor above it. Did we have fun? If we didn't have fun, then these people should pay, like, triple price, you know? I think it's only fair. They're only paying 2,000 anyway, I mean... Fucking cheapskates. No fun. Do them for false advertising. Yeah, we should. But like that Steam laws. Oh, that reminds me. The Steam lawsuit. And we were talking about this yesterday. Steam or Valve in the UK is being taken to court by some people because they claim that Steam charged too much money for all their games. That lawsuit that we were laughing at. I found out what the compensation amount that will be distributed amongst the people is. So I know how much I'd be getting if they won. Because they sort of announced it as like a blanket thing. And we get in that bag. Wow. Not exactly, Shags. How much was it? 650 million? I think it was that was being done, and they said there was 14 million gamers affected. So, you know, I feel like you think to yourself, okay, that's not bad. Would you like to know how much per person people will apparently earn from this lawsuit? You want to know? After the law has apparently been broken? Up to £50 for... Oh, it's Jet 2 holidays, is it? That's £200 for a family of 4. Funny you say that though, Shags, because it's 22 to £40. 650 million they're apparently suing Steam for. And the 14 million gamers who apparently have been aggrieved by this and have been so poorly treated are getting somewhere in the region of 22 to £40 each. Wow. That's crazy. That's how much each individual person is apparently going to be entitled to. Between 22 and £40 a person. And they're suing Steam for 656 million. And between the 14 million people, we have 40 quid each, apparently. So there you go. And that's the best case scenario, I think. I mean, unless things change, of course, but one of two things there. Either the legal fees are going to be astronomical, and that's why, or it's all a bit of a money grab from whoever the person is who's doing it, because Shot and Bolt, or whatever the fuck their name was. Because, yeah. You could argue, actually, against them in favor of the fact that you've spent more than that amount of money on Steam in the time since 2018, and thus you haven't appropriately been compensated for the apparent losses that you've taken. Right? But I know I've spent more than £40 on Steam in that amount of time. So, I don't know. What about the people who've spent thousands on Steam? They're going to get 20 quid back. I don't think really there should be any money coming back because I think it's a stupid lawsuit, but the fact that that's what it's going to be, it's just like... just makes it even more comical. They're like, we're fighting on behalf of the 14 million people to give them £20 each. I mean, is that really... is that really that great? 100% money grab? Yeah, I think it might well be. Seems like it from that, though, doesn't it? I mean, who in their right mind? I mean, don't get me wrong. Free money's free money. I'll take 40 quid, but... who in their right mind is going to sit here and go, yes, £40. We've sued Steam into oblivion, and now we've got what we needed. That 40 is what we, you know. That 40 was worth it. No one. No one's really going to think that's a win now, are they? Justice has been served. Not one for conspiracies, but I did hear someone say Epic might have some involvement, and I can see it. But what you're saying is that
Here comes the speeder.
that's going to be happening because simply the law has been broken, is what you're saying. Wouldn't surprise me though. Oh, we actually theorized that yesterday that someone probably also had a hand in it. But also at the same time, we also came to the conclusion that if they were going to sue Steam, they might as well sue everyone else. As part of their gripe with it apparently is like exclusivity, seemingly. So have a go at everyone else as well, not just Steam. Get us our £20 compensation from everybody, not just Steam. You know? I don't care whether I get the money or not, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry, but like, if they're going to go to the point of doing a, like, high-profile, massive court case against Steam for £650 million on behalf of the gamers who apparently desperately want it and feel like they've been mistreated by Steam for years, apparently. According to the people they've asked, allegedly. So you've got all that, and they're going to do it all and take them to court and do all this lengthy process that's going to take years, probably, and be riddled with taxpayers' money to actually run it all. And then you're going to say, well, yeah, well, you got £40 each out of it. There's just a little part of me that's, maybe it's the cynic in me, but I'm thinking that doesn't sound very worthwhile. If you ask me. But, you know. Each to their own. I'm sure £40 is a lot of money to a lot of people, but when you think of it in the grand scheme of things, in that amount of money, 656 million, £40 doesn't really seem like that much, even divided by 14 million. Actually, let's figure out what's that. What's the maths on that right now? What's 14 million times by 40? Can't be asked to do the maths, so I'm gonna be lazy and do it on a calculator. $560 million. So they're taking 100 million for themselves in like legal fees and whatever. That's actually more going to the people than I thought it would be, to be honest. But that's kind of crazy though. Can they just pay me like 1 million of it as well? Could they do that? Steam, not Steam, Twitch has been robbing me of revenue for years as well. Their ad revenue rates are so trash. Can they give me money for that? That's part of the same lawsuit. Go after Twitch as well. Anti-competitive laws for having 50% revenue splits while there are other companies out there with higher ones. Yet they're the largest streaming space in the platform, and so people feel obligated to still stream on there. Can we have that lawsuit as well next? That'd be great. Give me all of the excess money I would have got if I'd had 90% revenue subs for the last 5 years. Crazy, wouldn't it? Obviously, it will never happen. It's just a fictional thing that we're just kind of spitballing about, but that'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? I mean, if this works with Steam, though, it does kind of open the door for a lot of other ones. Who knows, though? I'm not sure if this job is just smaller than I thought it was going to be or what, but it feels like we've done more of it than expected so far. Oh, this is going to be trippy as shit, though, doing this. I mean, we've done 27%, and we've been doing this for like 30 minutes. That's not bad, you know. I do feel like the triple nozzle has probably helped that a long way, a good way, though, you know. Like, this triple nozzle is pretty insane. He's smacked by something. I need to, like... This is all of it fucking... It's all of it close. I can't really use the triple that effectively in here. We might have to put it away again, as much as I don't want to. We actually may have to get rid of it for this. Everything's all spinning and it's crazy. Someone's probably gonna get motion sick watching this. Who the fuck ever felt hard by with Steam? Yeah, hard done by with Steam. No one, I don't think. I mean, I literally said it yesterday, didn't I? That I think I got Middle-earth, Shadow of War, and Shadow of Mordor in a bundle together at Christmas with all their DLC for £7 or something. You know, I mean, yeah, maybe. Well, I'll tell you what I think their logic, where their logic comes from and why it's wrong. I assume when they say about Steam takes an abnormally high cut of all these games, what they're actually talking about is brand new AAA titles. But quite frankly, though, in the current thing, and with Steam in general, how many people are actually buying brand new AAA titles on day one on Steam? Because I feel like a lot of people these days are kind of smart enough to go, you know what, it's going to get dropped in price in a month, so I'll just wait. And no one's actually buying it full price. Like, maybe at full price games, yeah, people will, you know, might be getting, like, charged slightly more, I don't know, but, like, I don't know. IDK. I think their whole, like, argument thing is just silly, but we'll see. I mean, if I get free £40 out of it, that'd be nice. Pays my internet bill for a month. It'll get me nearly half of my way to reserving a seat on a British Airways flight. Wow. How crazy. I'm still annoyed by that as well, by the way. About that fucking £102 just to reserve a seat on a BA flight. Oh, what a joke that is. £102. Disgraceful. That is an absolute disgrace. That man is an absolute disgrace. Said whatever his name is to the chairman. Why do I get the feeling his name's Peter something? Quite rightly. He has some absolute gems of lines that he whips out. Dear me. Appalling behaviour. Read the standing orders, read them and understand them. You have no authority here, Jackie Weaver. No authority at all. Such classics. Oh yeah, the fuck off at the start's great as well, isn't it? When do we plan to start? Fuck off. Just like to remind people, just to mute the microphones when they're not speaking. It does reduce the background noise. That's definitely why we're talking about it, because of the background noise, isn't it, Jackie Wheeler? It's not because someone just said fuck off. Down the mic when they were unmuted. Fuck off. That's such a funny way for it to start as well. You know it's going to kick off when that's literally the opener, is when do we plan to start? Fuck off. It's like, this isn't a council meeting. These are supposed to be like not elected. Actually, I don't know how it works in parish councils, but they're supposed to be like officials that deal with local governance. When one of them just told the others to fuck off after 5 seconds into the meeting. Oh, I'm blinded. Lord have mercy. I'm not going to stop for the BRB either. I'm going to go to the end of the BRB and then I guess we'll wind down for the night. So yeah. And we're up to 35% already. This funhouse job has not been quite as crazy as I thought it was going to be. think it's the 5 people in the village who have nothing better to do. Probably. Or should be like a self-proposed position as well, where they have to like put themselves forward for it. They don't get like elected or anything. They just go, oh yeah, I'll do it. I don't live in a village though, so I couldn't give the specifics. This is kind of annoying about this rotating thing, because it means we've got to wait for it to go all the way around so we can actually get the stuff. There we go. We're flying through this. Nearly 40%, man. I would never have expected that when we started here, that we'd be at near 40%. This triple nozzle, I'm telling you, is just the goat. Also, that reminds me. Let me stop rage real quick. I don't want to get accidentally raided in the last couple of minutes. Damn, that's a bit of a hazard, isn't it? There's just a giant hole in the middle of the room. You could just fall, a child could fall down and hurt themselves there. That's not very health and safety conscious, is it? They haven't really designed this very well, have they? It's a not so fun house, this place. You just fucking die in the middle of it. Fall down, break your neck. This one's going to be kind of weird to do. Because, oh, is this going all the way? It goes all the way up. Oh, man. Alright. The twirl. I feel like we should try and finish the twirl, shouldn't we? Right, I really hope it doesn't go any higher up than that, though. There's a lot of dirt left on that. Also, remember everybody, today is the last stream of the month. Isn't that crazy? It's the last stream of January. Last chance to get the goals done, or anything like that. So, or solidify your places on the leaderboards. So there you go. If anyone wants a last gasp effort to try and get us to the bits goal or anything, you've got not very long to do it, but you do have a little bit of time. Don't have to though, of course, but if you want to, you can. It would be very much appreciated. As always. Welcome back, everybody. Just mentioning the fact that, of course, it is the last stream of the month today. So last chance for leaderboards, goals, all of those types of things. So if anyone wanted to try and get us over the edge of the bits goal or anything like that, now's your last chance. As we are about to run out of time. Because I think what we'll do is I'll just finish off this the basics of this room, and then I think we'll probably wrap up for the night, okay? So, there you go. So you got maybe like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes until the end of today's stream. That, I mean, this thing's flying through it. Ridiculous, this is. Alright, when I said that this was going to take like 15 minutes or something, I think I severely underestimated the speed of the triple nozzle. Because, goddamn. I mean, it's done all of the walls that fast. Right. We'll do this ball. We can slide the door through the floor as well. Look at that. Why 3 when you can have 20? 20 what? Depends what it is. Tell you what, this would not be a particularly pleasant like bit to sit in now, would it? Just having all the crap rain down on you from here. Slowly just rotate away. No fucking about with a triple nozzle? No, mate, it's absolutely lethal, this thing. We'll go as far as there. Maybe we'll do the ceiling as well while we're here. I mean, it's not like it's going to take very long, is it? Ceiling will be done in about 2 seconds. I'll tell you what Power Wash is missing, though. That spray paint sim had over Power Wash. For the Power Wash devs that are listening, because, you know, I'm sure they're watching this stream. What they should do is... they should add the radio like they did in spray paint. I thought that was a great feature. The radio was really cool. Having the in-game music. I liked that. The beaten up old paint-covered radio that some tradie had. Not the bridge, no. I'm never going to miss that bridge. Bridge gave me nightmares, man. If you imagine that, though, if we had to clean a bridge and it was like the same as that one. You're having nightmares for weeks about that. This is what happens when you're slightly too close with it. You get like this tiger stripe pattern, which is not very nice. We need like approximate range. There we go. That's more normal range. It's a bit too close. Although it still just shreds through it even when it misses stuff, doesn't it? And look at that. Crossover DLC. That'd be cool. Mr Matchmaster. Oh, mate, the Matchmaster soundtrack was banging. That was my favourite part about that game. I mean, the game was fun, but the music was absolutely just sublime. Whoever designed the music for that game, legend. It's one of the few mobile games that I'd always just play where I did it with the sound on. Most of the time I'd switch the sound off because it like the music because it gets annoying. But in that game, the music was banging. Hey! Oh, look at that. It's so bright. It's almost as bright as that art gallery, actually, isn't it? Imagine we've gone into the fun house. Oh, look, this is a dead end because we couldn't figure that out from the front. So we pay the ticket, man, and we come in. Let's see how fun it is now. You can run in the hamster wheel for a bit. Then you go through here, through the tunnel. Watching all the other people having fun, coming down the slides and breaking their backs on it. Oh, it's very light. It's a bit heavy on the eyes. You're sitting in a dark room right now. This probably hurts your eyes. What do we have? We have like a... We have some steps, and then this side is just plastic. The twirl again. Going through here, of course. The sliding door. This. Look how fun this is. Piano. Imagine that went off. Play the piano, and then you're in the slide. Yeah! Look at that. That was fun. How fun was that? Funhouse now won't give you rabies. Yeah, probably not the best thing, is it, to get infectious diseases from places like this? I bet they're probably dirty. Oh, hang on. I've just noticed something. We're at 49%. Hang on. There we go. Much better. Much better. Manual save. Come on, player. Come on, devs. Why don't the player set off the piano? That is a crime. I don't know why it doesn't. Right, we have 10 grand right now. Not bad. Back to home base. Should we buy ourselves some furniture? Do that? Because we need more furniture. Our office. Game broken. Load, please. Please load. There we go. We have 7 achievements left to get now. 7. Ain't that crazy? Can't be many jobs left though, can there? Well, actually though, looking at that, there's a fair few spaces left. We do have to finish them all because we have to do the entire campaign, so... let's get some more. Oh, we haven't bought any yet, have we? Buy some more furniture. Or buy the other... these are expensive. That looks a little bit like cheese, to be honest. I know. Cheese. Does look a bit like that. We have 2 grand. We may as well buy these. Cheese. Versus... cheese. Buy the van cosmetics. Alright, now we have 250 to spend on furniture. Let's buy a piano. There we go. And a rug. Lovely. That's a bigger rug than I thought it was going to be. Damn. Like a rug with a capital R, that one. No match for the triple nozzle, though. Absolutely destroys it. Alright, let's put this down. This will be like the entryway rug, you know? You walk in, and then bang. Like the welcome mat. Right? Is it gonna let me place it? No? Okay, it did, but just not in that place. Alright. So, rugs, yeah. Okay, I guess it's too close to the door. That's as good as we can have it. Alright. Get the old piano. Can't imagine the piano probably is that happy about getting blasted with water. Don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about power washing their piano, but, you know. Maybe they do. Look at this just come out of someone's nose or something, you know? Remember when I bought something, I had to power wash it? Did you? What, you like bought something from someone, you mean? Like a second-hand thing. Or you bought something new and you had to wash it. That would be worse. I mean, it does happen if you have something that's like been in a warehouse for a while. It can be a bit dusty, but... No? Wait, you had something that was new and you had to power wash it. I don't remember the last time I power washed something. In years. Shame the piano doesn't work here either. We bought a dodgy piano. It doesn't make any sound. I was joking. Oh, okay. I see. Feels like we're supposed to be able to drop the thing there. It won't let me do that. There we go. Silent piano, yeah. Just put the piano just here by the wall there. Just in case anyone wants to have a little play on the piano. It's too, no, I thought it was too close to the wall. There you go, there's the piano. Piano playing corner. Oh, that's a bit far away, isn't it? Although I don't think it will let me put it closer, will it? Nope. It won't let me place it closer. Has to be there. That's the piano player's area. Wow, look at this nice bit of furniture we got. We got a nice area to sit and look outside. We've got a table. We've got a couple of different rugs in here and carpets. We've got a random... This is the guitar playing area. We've got a chair. This interesting looking sofa. A lamp in the corner. This sort of dresser looking thing. And then we've got... yeah, a nice view of the car park. Yeah. I mean, that's actually not the worst view in the world with the sprinklers and the trees and that. And the reflection of, you know, that in the glass of power wash. Look at it, power wash, yeah. I love how they... This is one for the devs of power wash again. I love how they made it so that in the glass you can see the reflection of the power wash logo, but the piano keys don't play on the piano. And when you step on the Funhouse piano, it doesn't make sound when you step on the keys. A crime. We pet the cats. He's not letting us pet him. Oh, it's because we're still in placement. So Bubbles. There we go. Old Ulysses. Give him a little pet. How about you? Squeak. Go on. You did indeed squeak. Comfy looking chair, that as well. Looks comfier than my chair at the minute. Mine's got holes in it now. I'll have to get myself a new chair at some point. Bit expensive right now, though, as a purchase, because chairs can be quite pricey. And this is the desk. There's another chair. That's more like it. That's a sort of standard chair that you'd expect from most people's offices, isn't it? Laptop. Empty cup. Could be washed, really. Yeah, this is all the jobs we've done so far. That's the dump truck we did earlier on. There you go. Nice. Alright. Big me. Okay. Let's have a quick run through of where we got to today. Oh, we also got my Microsoft Rewards points because we have played longer than 15 minutes into today. How nice. How many points am I on now then? 40,000. Not bad. It's actually not too bad if I used it for certain things. I think in terms of like Amazon credit, which is the best thing you can get from it because you can't withdraw it as like PayPal money or anything, which would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? But withdrawing that as Amazon credit, that's like £15 maybe. Yeah, last day of the month though. Or not last stream of the month anyway. Not last day of the month. Achievements we unlocked today. We're actually at 34, so someone has missed one on the Trophy Plus. Tut. One of you guys has missed one. That's unforgivable. Unforgivable. Who was it? Who missed it? I'm getting banned right now. Who was it? Name who it was in chat. Who missed the Trophy Plus? Thank you, Bruce. We missed it. Yeah, there was a couple really close, like in really close things. So it was probably one of the last ones. Well, I say it must have been one of the last ones we did. We only had 4 in the last mission, didn't we? We had the washer skin, the professional duty washer, the funhouse piano keys, and the disc, the rotating disc with the surface cleaner. It was me. All right, Shags, you've sacrificed yourself for the thing, for the stream. No, we didn't. Well, I've got 34 out of 40, so you must have missed one on Trophy Plus. Or did you maybe do 2 Trophy Pluses too close to each other and only one counted? That is possible. Oh, there was a Wales redeem in the middle of that. Oh, well, I missed that. My bad. My bad, I'm missing the Wales redeem. I'd do it now, but we don't have enough time left in stream to do it, so I'll do it next stream if I get reminded. Maybe. Right, there's trophy plus 1, 31. There's 32. 33, so there was no double. You just missed one. That's alright though. Oh well. But the 4 achievements that we unlocked today. In the funhouse job, clean a rotating floor disc with the surface cleaner. So basically clean the rotating floor disc with a rotating floor disc. Glissando. In the funhouse job, hit all the giant piano keys in order from low to high. Also, weird side note, in this game so far, right, every job we've done, in each situation, there's one thing to, other than home base, there's one achievement per job. Yet weirdly now, they've done a double. It's the only one with double stuff in. Weird. Oh shit, I just realised there's an achievement as well for owning all washers and attachments at the same time. Although if we buy the other stuff, we'll be able to smash the last few jobs, which will do them quickly, and then hopefully we'll make enough money to buy the other crap back. That's actually a problem. Oh well. Yeah, so we have 2 jobs left after this one, which is the town floats, whatever that means. Oh, town floats could be like a carnival, maybe. And then we've got, or it's like a town on the water. I don't know. And a shopping mall, which sounds absolutely torturous. And then we also have complete any job using only the Prime Vista. Or Prime Vista? I thought it was Prima Vista. Wonder if that's a typo. But the triple tip nozzle. So that one we'll end up getting next time. We'll just do one with the triple tip and finish it off. Just like one of the easy jobs and just knock it out. So there's that. Yeah, so we got those 2 today, and then we also got the other 2 achievements as well, to go back to that quickly. Consummate Professional, owning a professional duty washer and every attachment for it at the same time. Less than 10% of people have done that one. And also applying a skin to a washer, 6.14% of people have gotten it. That's the last achievement we unlocked, putting us at 34 out of 40. Can we finish this next time? Do you know what? I'm not so sure. I think this might take another week, so I'm going to say 2 more streams for this to be done. But I think we might well finish Power Wash 2 next week and 100% it. I could see it. I think it's possible. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's possible. So yeah. Other than that, might be fucking that mole might be fucking. It could be. If it could be the final mission. See, what I'm thinking is, does anyone remember Power Wash 1, the final level, the temple? You remember how big that was? Part of me thinks not they're gonna be evil, but they're gonna go, right, it's the last job, it's the big job, it's gonna be worth like 10 grand, and it's gonna take like 5 hours to do. Because they've done that before, where it's like they just make the last job huge. So I could see it being like an absolutely gargantuan job. I mean, some of the ones we've done already have been big, but I could see it being like enormous, you know? And we've got this town floats one as well, which we don't know how big that is. And there's probably going to be at least a couple of filler ones in between, because I reckon there was at least like 6 or 8 holes maybe left on that on the shelves. So there's definitely a few left. But that will get us to 100% of that game, which will be really cool. That'll be 100% of Power Wash Sim. Power Wash Sim 2, anyway. After that, of course, I've already announced what our next game is going to be, which is actually going to be on Steam, but we're going to be playing Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. And then after that, Middle-earth Shadow of War is what we're going for. So those should be really fun, because they're just brilliant games. I mean, since Mass Effect, they're probably like the highest, some of the highest quality games that we'll be playing, considering how well regarded they are. I mean, they are just bangers. They really are. So yeah. That should be good. Suppose for now though, right? It's time for me to start heading off for the night. So YouTube folks, thank you for hanging out. Much appreciated as always. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for vibing. Thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. Thank you for the likes on today's stream. And possible sub as well. I didn't realize we're at 215. I think we were in at 214 yesterday. So if someone did subscribe during today's stream, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I missed that. It also didn't pop up in chat, so yeah. And also, we somehow made it to 11 likes. I don't really know how that one happened either, to be honest, because I feel like an hour ago we were at 6. So I don't really know how that one happened, but thank you very much, everyone, for the likes on today's stream as well. Much appreciated. That being said, I'll be back on Sunday. We're going to be doing some more War Thunder for the last time. It's going to be the last War Thunder stream, at least for a while anyway, on Sunday. So be ready for that. It should be fun. The ADAT's last stand, potentially. So be prepared. Yeah, that'll be something. After that, we are going to... Oh, I was just looking at some YouTube settings there real quick. Yeah, after that we're going to be doing... Tuesday is going to be Power Wash, and then of course next Wednesday, let's check the poll real quick, see what it's doing. But we are going to be starting our new project, which is going to be Pokemon Randomizers. So get ready for it. It's going to be kind of interesting. So go get ready to check that out. How are we doing on the votes? We're at 12 votes. Shags broke the law. He went for Generation 1. So they're after you, Shags. They're outside the door. He went for Gen 1. It looks like it's going to be Generation 1 then. Fire Red, Leaf Green is what it's going to be, probably. That's just what I'm seeing here. We've got that in first. Every generation has 1 vote, and then you've got Unova with 2, which is me and Nitty. We were desperately hanging on with 17% of the votes. But 42%, 5 votes currently out of 12. It's going to take a coalition for us to figure this one out. But we've got 24 hours left. Maybe a few other people will vote. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. So, yeah. Makes sense to start from the beginning. Best gen. Alright. Okay. Not sure about that one, Chief, but alright. But yeah, thank you, YouTube people, for hanging out. Thank you for the likes on the day stream and the sub and all that. And I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you soon. Alright, have fun, YouTube folks. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you on Sunday. Damn, 38 views on today's stream. Crazy. I swear it's always the streams that get views are the ones where I like go on a